Chapter 872. When Jean Wani heard that Gu Yanran went to a butler school in England, even she froze. However, she quickly recovered and gently patted Gu Yanran, who was so angry she couldn't speak. She stood up and said to Gu Nianji, "Lawyer Gu, you did a good job gathering evidence, but there's a problem with the conclusion." "What's the problem?" Gu Nianji put away the form she had made. "Don't you think the reason she did this was to hide her true identity?" "Lawyer Gu, first of all, the servants of the Gu family in Barbados were killed because of a kidnapping case against my client. At the time, they demanded something from my client that belonged to her father. My client would rather be tortured than give it up. In the end, the kidnappers were desperate and killed everyone in the Gu family. When they were about to kill my client, someone saved her. I don't understand why Lawyer Gu would avoid the important and dwell on the trivial." She didn't say why the Gu family servants were killed, but only said that they were killed. Jean Wani spread her hands regretfully. Gu Nianji chuckled and said, "There are still doubts about the case from back then. Such a vicious criminal who could kill an entire family was able to bring the defendant, Gu Yanran, to international waters and was even shot by Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran, does your mother know you're so amazing?" The last sentence was directed at Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran heard the mockery in Gu Nianji's words and felt bitter. She was really at her wit's end because of Gu Nianji. She had to speak in court, but it was obvious that the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. If she accidentally said something wrong, Gu Nianji would take advantage of her weakness. She wasn't like this when she was young. She didn't like to talk when she was young. A trace of fear flashed across Gu Yanran's eyes. She looked up at Gu Nianji and quickly looked down again. She intertwined her fingers and covered her knees. Jean Wani also laughed and said, "The criminal was blinded by lust, and my client seized the opportunity to counterattack. Can you blame my client for that?" "Of course I can't say that your client directed this kidnapping case herself," Gu Nianji said very sincerely. Gu Nianji said very sincerely, "Because the culprit hasn't been caught yet, it's difficult to prove this theory. So I'm just pointing out the suspicious points." Jean Wani snorted and began to defend the second point. "As for the orphanage in Barbados, that's even more ridiculous. My client isn't an orphan. What does the orphanage have to do with her?" "Huh, is that so?" Gu Nianji retorted and looked at Gu Yanran meaningfully. Gu Yanran glared back, unwilling to back. Jean Wani continued, "As for Gu Yanran's mother's name and her marriage certificate with Mr. Gu, these are not the main points of this case. Please, the court, do not be distracted by these minor details." After that, Jean Wani asked, "May I ask if I can cross-examine the other witness now?" Gu Nianji waited for a long time, but Jean Wani didn't ask about the butler's school. She reminded her with a smile, "Lawyer Jean, I still have a fourth point. You're not going to refute it?" Wani pre-ed and continued looking at Gu Jean. Gu Nianji saw that Gu Yanran was playing dumb, so she took out the documents and said to Gu Yanran, "Your father, Gu Xiangwen, is secretly a millionaire. May I ask why he sent you to housekeeping school? You're the daughter of a wealthy family. Do you need to be a housekeeper?" Gu Yanran took a deep breath and noticed everyone looking at her from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help feeling humiliated and wronged. She wiped her tears and said calmly, "It was my mother's request to go to a housekeeper's school. Although my father was against it, he loved my mother very much and agreed to everything she said." "But why did your mother want you to go to a housekeeper's school? You didn't have money in the past, but now that you're back in the Gu family, don't tell me you don't even have the money to go to a proper university." Gu Nianji questioned Gu Yanran's mother's decision. Gu Yanran gritted her teeth and said, "Because we experienced extreme poverty in the past, my mother always believed that it's better to rely on yourself than anything else. So she wanted me to go to a housekeeper's school and learn a skill so I can support myself in the future." Gu Nianji couldn't help looking up at the sky. Was this really how a mother thought? Even if she wanted to rely on herself and learn a skill, what kind of skill was housekeeping? What was the point of learning to be good at serving people? If she really wanted to rely on herself, she should study hard, get into a good university, and study a good major. That was learning a skill. As for the British housekeeper, other than having the opportunity to work for a wealthy family in the future, Gu Nianji couldn't think of any other place that would require a professional housekeeper. So if she wanted to learn a skill and rely on herself, she wanted to learn the skill of currying favor in a rich and powerful family. Was this really, it's better to rely on yourself than anything else? This was so hypocritical. Gu Nianji cursed in her heart as she organized her words so that her words wouldn't be too harsh. You experienced extreme poverty in the past, but ever since you returned to the Gu family, the word poverty has been cut off from you. May I ask why your mother thinks this way? Or does she want to stubbornly send you to a housekeeper's school? Gu Nianji looked at Gu Yanran's records at the housekeeper's school. Her grades were indeed good, and she was good at serving people. Gu Yanran didn't know how to answer at this point. She could only insist. My mother insists, what can I do? Is it wrong for me to be filial to my own mother? Gu Nianji smiled faintly. That's right. Being filial to a child is not wrong, but to paint yourself as a filial child and then push the blame to your own mother, as if you're mentally retarded, is this not tarnishing your mother's image? TSK, how filial. Gu Yanran felt like she had already become a giant balloon, and if Gu Nianji said a few more words, she would immediately explode. She never knew someone could be so hateful and not get along with her from head to toe. This kind of person shouldn't be born in this world, so why wasn't she dead yet? Gu Nianji looked at Gu Yanran's undisguised resentment and knew that Gu Yanran hated her to the core. But she didn't care at all. Even if she didn't do anything, Gu Yanran would hate her to the core, so she might as well do something to make herself happy. Jean Wani saw Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran at a stalemate in the courtroom and reached out to pat Gu Yanran to calm her down. She then stood up and asked, Lawyer Gu, are you done with your questioning? Gu Nianji nodded. That's it for now. We still have an important witness who hasn't arrived yet. I won't continue questioning today. Chapter 873. Gu Nianji had prepared some questions for Yi Xian that Jean Wani might ask, but this wasn't one of the questions she had prepared for him. Gu Nianji had prepared technical questions related to property and computers. Gu Nianji knew that Jean Wani wouldn't let go of this kind of emotional entanglement between a man and a woman, but she didn't get involved because she cared about Yi Xian's feelings. She wasn't a lawyer who would do anything to win a lawsuit. Yi Xian had privately imagined what questions Jean Wani and Gu Yanran would use to make things difficult for him. He had also thought that they might use their past relationship to make a fuss, but now that they had actually asked it, Yi Xian was still a bit dazed. He stared fixedly in Gu Yanran's direction. Gu Yanran looked down uncomfortably and didn't have any intention of stopping Jean Wani. The memories and privacy that once belonged to the two of them were now being interrogated and exposed in public. No matter how good a relationship was, it couldn't be squandered like this. The complicated emotions hidden in Yi Xian's eyes gradually faded and were replaced by a slowly cold gaze. He curled one side of his lips, and his extremely handsome features revealed a devilish smile. How long have I been with Gu Yanran? Why don't you ask your client, Lawyer Jean? Yi Xian. I'm asking you a question. Please answer it. The vein on Jean Wani's forehead throbbed as she realized Yi Xian's change in attitude. She couldn't help but glance at Gu Yanran. The truth was, Yi Xian still had feelings for Gu Yanran, but he couldn't stop her from using him so thoroughly. Jean Wani sighed internally, but this was her profession. She signed the contract, so she had to defend Gu Yanran. The judge also intervened at that moment. He said to Yi Xian sternly, "Witness, please answer the defendant's lawyer's questions. Do not evade it." Yi Xian rubbed his tall and elegant nose and leaned back in his high-back office chair. He placed his other hand on the table and tapped his fingers on it like he was playing the piano. His lips were still curled into a meaningful smile as he looked at Jean Wani. "Lawyer Jean, do you really want to know my answer?" Jean Wani saw that Yi Xian was trying to evade it and felt that he was feeling guilty. She laughed coldly and aggressively. "Of course. Just say what you want to say. Is there anyone you can't see?" Yi Xian looked at Gu Nianji almost imperceptibly. Gu Nianji also rubbed her nose and looked down at the table. Yi Xian understood what she meant and turned to look at Gu Yanran. His voice softened. "Yanran, I still remember the day we were together. It was August 15th 4 years ago. Do you still remember? The moon was especially round that day." Gu Yanran didn't expect Yi Xian to say that out loud, and her heart skipped a beat. The events of that night were still vivid in his mind. She drank some red wine and leaned into Yi Xian's arms to watch the moon on the balcony of the Gu Manor. Yi Xian said that the moon on the 15th truly lived up to its reputation. It was indeed big and round. Gu Yanran teased. "There's a part of my body that's bigger, rounder, and whiter than the moon. Do you want to see it?" How could the hot-blooded Yi Xian resist such temptation? He had already decided to protect the Gu family for the rest of his life, as well as Uncle Gu's only daughter, Gu Yanran. However, Gu Yanran didn't feel good when she thought of the sweet words they had said to each other and looked at Yi Xian, who was now helping Gu Nianji go against her. Jean Wani coughed and knocked on the table. She said to Yi Xian coldly, "Your first time was because you drank and pretended to be crazy to force and seduce my client to have sex, right?" Yi Xian laughed. "I forced and seduced your client. Didn't you say it the other way around? That's ridiculous." Jean Wani slammed the table. "At the time, you tore my client's clothes. You ignored her many times and insisted on going through with it, didn't you?" As Jean Wani spoke, she took out the torn dress as evidence. "Everyone, please take a look. This is the evidence of my client being forced to have sex. For the past 4 years, my client has been trying to compromise and didn't want to have a falling out with Yi Xian. I didn't expect him to be so ambitious. When he failed to obtain the Gu fortune, he colluded with outsiders and sued my client." Yi Xian closed his eyes. He didn't expect Gu Yanran to tell Jean Wani this. Their first time was a bit intense, but he didn't force her. It was because Gu Yanran was wearing a long-sleeved dress with a lot of buttons that day. He couldn't undo all the buttons no matter how hard he tried, so Gu Yanran asked him to tear the dress. He ripped off all the buttons, and the long dress floated down like a flower, revealing the beautiful body underneath. He used the dress to cushion their bodies, and they had their first time. It was also Yi Xian's first time. Although it wasn't Gu Yanran's first time, Yi Xian didn't care. After that, Gu Yanran said that the dress was a memento of them and had to be treasured. He had always thought that the dress was a sweet memento of the two of them. It turned out that it could also become evidence of a crime. The torn dress hadn't been washed, and there was even evidence of the two of them having sex on it. Wasn't this an ironclad coercion? Jean Wani had a hint of joy as she quickly glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked very surprised. Her bright, black eyes looked back and forth between Yi Xian and Gu Yanran. She didn't seem to realize that Gu Yanran still had this heavy evidence waiting for them. "Your Honor, how can someone like this be a witness?" Jean Wani brought up the assault and battery case that had been withdrawn. "Last time, my client was abused and beaten by Yi Xian, but because Yi Xian hired a good lawyer to threaten us, we had no choice but to withdraw the case. Now, the other party has become even more aggressive and stubbornly wants to use Yi Xian as a witness. My client thought about it and finally took out this document." Jean Wani walked in front of Gu Nianji and shook the dress. Lawyer Gu, last time, you used a surveillance video from who knows where as Yi Xian's alibi. Actually, what I want to say is that last time, my client only remembered the wrong time, so you guys took advantage of the loophole. This time, you and your witness won't be so lucky. Faced with the heavy evidence presented by the defendant, everyone in the courtroom was silent. If it was true that Yi Xian had forced Gu Yanran back then, even if the other party didn't sue him, he basically had no right to be a witness. Everyone instinctively looked at Gu Nianji. She had been sitting calmly on the plaintiff's stand the entire time. Her pretty little face still had a calm smile, as though no matter what kind of evidence the other party brought out, it wouldn't be able to shake her. Yin Shixiang looked at Gu Nianji like this and felt like he was seeing Hua Xiaoheng's shadow. Every time something big happened, Hua Xiaoheng always had this expression. It had to be said that this kind of attitude was indeed the backbone of the Special Operations Force's morale. Although Gu Nianji's expression was calm, her mind was quickly thinking of ways to break out of this situation. Last time, she didn't want to be entangled with Gu Yanran in the so-called abuse case and chose to have the other party withdraw the lawsuit instead of continuing the case in court. She didn't want to face such a dirty situation. Generally speaking, the female party was at a disadvantage in this kind of scandalous case. However, for someone like Gu Yanran, she couldn't wait to make the situation as dirty as possible. Therefore, to be fair, when it came to cases involving relationships between men and women, regardless of whether they won or lost, the party who cared about their reputation would always be at a disadvantage. The shameless party would win no matter what. However, it was still the same saying, one shouldn't go overboard. When the wind blew, the boat would easily capsize. For example, this time, Gu Nianji looked down at the documents in front of her. There were biographies of Yi Xian and Gu Yanran, as well as introductions to their backgrounds. These were all necessary preparations for the lawsuit. Jean Wani definitely had them as well. However, when faced with heavy evidence, Jean Wani must have gotten carried away and forgotten the most important thing. If Jean Wani hadn't taken the initiative to bring this up today, Gu Nianji really wouldn't have known that Yi Xian and Gu Yanran's first time had happened under such circumstances. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed as she looked at the judge and said word by word, "Your Honor, I disagree with the defendant's opinion." The judge looked at her with some pity and said, "Plaintiff, unless you have evidence to prove that the other party is lying, Yi Xian's qualifications as a witness will be revoked." Since the judge had already said that, Jean Wani and Gu Yanran naturally breathed a huge sigh of relief. They looked at each other and immediately looked away. They still maintained a cautious posture, but a faint sense of joy began to well up in the depths of their eyes. Gu Nianji stood up from the plaintiff's stand and walked to the defendant's stand where Gu Yanran and Jean Wani were. Covering her nose, she looked at the tattered dress that Jean Wani was holding and glanced at Gu Yanran. Suddenly, she asked, "Gu Yanran, are you sure this is the dress that Yi Xian tore open?" Gu Yanran nodded seriously. "If you don't believe me, you can go and do a DNA test." Gu Nianji asked, "Why do we need to do a DNA test on the dress?" "There are Yi Xian semen spots on it." Gu Yanran frowned in disgust. "You can go and check to see if it's Yi Xian's." Gu Nianji shook her head. "Gu Yanran, did you have to be so ruthless? If he hadn't been so ruthless, would I have done this?" Gu Yanran laughed coldly. "I was originally prepared to bite the bullet and swallow it, but he became even more aggressive. What else could I do? I did it to protect myself." Gu Nianji replied softly, "To protect herself. It must have been hard on you to endure it for so many years." Gu Yanran and Jean Wani were both stunned. Both of them squinted at Gu Nianji in unison, unable to believe that Gu Nianji would speak up for them. Gu Nianji seemed to nod sympathetically and asked, "Gu Yanran, you said that you remembered the wrong time for the previous criminal assault case. Then is it possible that you also remembered the wrong time for your first time with Yi Xian?" Gu Yanran became cautious and quickly said, of course not. It was August 15th 4 years ago. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival. I remember it very clearly and will never forget it for the rest of my life. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian resentfully before looking down to wipe her tears. Gu Nianji raised her voice. Gu Yanran, please confirm if the first time you had sex with Yi Xian was on August 15th of the lunar calendar 4 years ago. Yes. 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 It's the same even if you ask 100 times. Gu Yanran was furious. She wasn't lying at all this time. Their first time was on the Mid-Autumn Festival 4 years ago. Actually, she had loved Yi Xian before. Did she feel good about going against him in court? Gu Nianji interrupted her rant. You don't have to shout. As she spoke, Gu Nianji turned to look at the judge and said loudly, just now, the defendant, Gu Yanran, confirmed again and again that the first time she had sex with Yi Xian was on August 15th of the lunar calendar 4 years ago, which was not long after Yi Xian returned to Barbados from the United States. But look at Yi Xian's birth certificate and passport. Chapter 874. Gu Nianji was truly enraged this time. Her lacquered eyes were like obsidian that had been washed by clear lake water, reflecting her fair cheeks and jet-black eyebrows. She was extremely plain, but also extremely beautiful. A glowing shadow flashed in the thick inky color. The sudden burst of beauty was like fireworks in the night sky. It was dazzling and attracted everyone's attention. In the entire courtroom, Gu Yanran was probably the only one who wasn't attracted to Gu Nianji. She felt her face burn from the documents Gu Nianji threw at her. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Tilting her head, the documents flew past her face and fell to the ground. Gu Yanran said frantically, it wasn't the Mid-Autumn Festival 4 years ago. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival 3 years ago. Gu Nianji looked at her coldly and couldn't help but have a trace of hostility on her face. At that moment, she looked like He Jichu's cold and ruthless expression again. Gu Yanran looked up secretly and saw everyone in the courtroom looking unfriendly. She couldn't help but panic and tugged at Jean Wani's sleeve. Wani! Help me! I remembered wrongly. Jean Wani groaned inwardly and could only mutter, my client remembered wrongly, Lawyer Jean, that's not how lawsuits are fought. Gu Nianji didn't even look at Jean Wani. She only stared at Gu Yanran. You can't say you remembered wrongly every time I point out your criminal behavior. I confirmed again and again just now, and you said it was the Mid-Autumn Festival 4 years ago. You even said it was 4 years ago even if I asked 100 times. Now that I've reminded you that Yi Xian was underage 4 years ago, you want to change it to 3 years ago. Do you think the courtroom is your home? Do you think everything is up to you? Of course, Jean Wani knew these principles, but Gu Yanran was her client. She needed to do her best to help her, so even if the logic didn't make sense, she had to help Gu Yanran fill in the gaps. Gu Nianji turned to look at the judge. Your Honor, there is already a lot of evidence to prove that Gu Yanran lied about Yi Xian. Why did she do everything she could to slander Yi Xian and not let him testify in court? I have reason to believe that it's because Yi Xian knows too much about the defendant, so she doesn't want him to testify in court. From this perspective, I request the court to prohibit the defendant from continuing to make a fuss about Yi Xian's identity as a witness. Yi Xian is a qualified and legitimate witness. His testimony should be accepted by the court like any other testimony. At this point in the trial, everyone basically knew what was going on. Yi Xian was a thorn in Gu Yanran's side, so she had to get rid of him as soon as possible. The judge nodded and rapped his gavel. Agree to the plaintiff's suggestion. The defendant shall not raise any further objections to Yi Xian's identity as a witness. The court will accept Yi Xian's testimony without discrimination. She finally cleared Yi Xian's passive position in court because of the restraining order. 3 hours had passed since he entered the court in the morning. Gu Nianji had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Yi Xian say on the big screen, "I know why Gu Yanran doesn't want me to testify in court. Aside from the fact that she doesn't want to split all of the Gu fortune equally, it's also because she once tried to kill Gu Nianji. When Gu Nianji was in danger in Germany, Gu Yanran already knew who was behind it. Not only did she not provide any clues to help with the rescue, but she also asked me to intercept Gu Nianji's phone signal to prevent her from calling for help from the Xia Empire." The courtroom was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at each other. They had no way to defend themselves against this shocking revelation. This seemingly normal estate dispute case had finally become a murder case that many estate disputes ended up with. The judge's expression changed instantly. He said sternly, "Yi Xian, this matter you're talking about is very important. You cannot speak carelessly. May I ask if you have any evidence?" Yi Xian nodded. "I don't have much evidence on hand regarding the estate dispute, but I have sufficient evidence regarding Gu Nianji being in danger in Germany." Because he had to track Gu Nianji's phone signal and intercept it, his tracking program had been monitoring it in real time. He had recorded a lot of what Gu Yanran had said to him while he was debugging it. At that time, he didn't think too much about it and didn't delete the debugging program. Now, it actually came in handy. Gu Yanran suddenly raised her head to look at the cold Yi Xian on the big screen. She shook her head frantically and said, "You're lying. You're lying. I didn't want to harm her. I didn't." Hu Xiaoheng's voice sounded from the Bluetooth headset in the judge's ear. "Director Gao, please calm the people in the courtroom. I'll immediately bring people over to take Yi Xian away." Gu Nianji's danger in Germany was related to the important case of 2 Special Operations Forces field personnel being killed. Hu Xiaoheng, who was watching the live broadcast of the trial from the Special Operations Forces headquarters, keenly sensed that a breakthrough had appeared in the Germany case. He now had sufficient reason to intervene. Also, Yi Xian had exposed this matter, so the people behind Gu Yanran would not let him off. For his safety, Hu Xiaoheng also had to take Yi Xian away immediately. The judge nodded slightly and quietly said, "Okay." Soon, the sound of the phone being hung up could be heard from the headset. The judge looked at Jean Wani and continued to ask calmly, "Defendant's lawyer, do you have anything else to ask Yi Xian?" Jean Wani smiled bitterly again. What else could she ask? She had originally prepared a bunch of questions to embarrass Yi Xian, but asking now would only be asking for humiliation. She looked at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression. This little girl was not even 20 years old yet, but she was so experienced in court. Her brain worked better than others, and she found the entry point quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately. With one slap, not only did she refute all of their accusations, but she also blocked any possibility of using the relationship between Gu Yanran and Yi Xian to make an issue out of it. She made all the questions she had painstakingly prepared for half a month go to waste. Jean Wani took a deep breath and said to the judge, "No, we have nothing to ask Yi Xian for now." The judge made a note on the file and looked at Gu Nianji again. "Plaintiff, do you have anything else to ask the defendant?" Gu Nianji did not know what was going on, but when she heard Yi Xian say that Gu Yanran was involved in her danger in Germany, she did not feel it was strange at all. It was as if she had a premonition, so she did not express any surprise. Her attention was still focused on her estate dispute case. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Your Honor. I still have questions for the defendant." Gu Yanran only felt mentally and physically exhausted. Her entire face was pale, and she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles in the defendant's stand. She asked Jean Wani quietly, "Why is it taking so long today? Can we retry it later? I'm tired." Jean Wani was even more tired. Not only was her body tired, but she was also mentally tired. However, she still patiently explained to Gu Yanran, when to adjourn for a retrial depends on the progress of the case, whether the evidence is sufficient, and the judge. Gu Nianji still has questions for you now, so the judge will not adjourn the trial. The previous 2 adjournments were both because the case had reached a bottleneck and needed to wait for new evidence or witnesses to appear before restarting the trial. Gu Yanran rubbed her temples and blushed. She lowered her voice and said, "I'm not feeling well." Jin Wani looked at her. Pretending to be sick in court will not work. That's because the court will call a doctor to diagnose you. It's not like the court has to accommodate you just because you say you're not feeling well. Gu Yanran was completely disappointed in Jin Wani when she heard that this wouldn't work and that wouldn't work. She twisted her neck and said without looking at her, "If you lose this case, Lawyer Jin, think about your status in the Hua Xia Empire's legal community. Although I don't have much ability, I can still make it so that you can't find a job and no one will hire you as a lawyer." Jin Wani was so angry that she laughed. She moved closer to Gu Yanran's ear and whispered so softly that it was almost inaudible, "Gu Yanran, are you threatening me? What do you think?" Gu Yanran glanced at her from the corner of her eye. She already looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Jin Wani thought about the series of blows that Gu Yanran had experienced. For example, the video of her in bed with a man was posted online, and the entire internet had seen Gu Yanran's naked body. She also said that Yi Xian had raped her and forced her, but was slapped in the face because she had seduced a minor. Also, she had lied many times and had been exposed without changing her expression or heart rate. She had immediately found new excuses to add on. All of these things, if placed on any other woman, would make it impossible for them to live. However, Gu Yanran didn't seem to care about these things at all. This was someone who went against the mainstream public's values. Jin Wani silently stamped Gu Yanran in her heart. Gu Nianji saw the 2 of them whispering in front of her, so she frowned and coughed. "Lawyer Jin, I want to ask your client a few questions. Can she answer them?" Jin Wani glanced at her. "Can I say no?" "No." Chapter 875. Gu Nianji's aura was overwhelming in court, and Gu Yanran was already frightened by her like a frightened bird. When a normal person reached this stage, their psychological defenses would definitely be broken down, if not completely broken down. But this time, Gu Nianji's question was not about anything else but the assets that Gu Yanran cared about the most. The moment Gu Nianji mentioned the inventory of the Gu assets, Gu Yanran had already pulled herself together and put on a thick layer of psychological armor to deal with Gu Nianji's upcoming battle of words. She could give up anything, but she could not give up a single cent. All that money was hers. All hers. Those who had not experienced the painful days of her childhood would not understand her unusual passion for wealth. Gu Yanran's slightly hunched body slowly straightened. Her eyes were piercingly cold as she glared at Gu Nianji and gritted her teeth. "Of course it's complete. What's wrong?" Lawyer Gu is not satisfied. "Not as much as you think. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but the Gu family is not as rich as you think." She made it sound like Gu Nianji's only goal was to take away the Gu assets. Gu Nianji's emotions also calmed down. "Really? This is really the inventory of all the assets of the Gu family? And all the resources that you, Gu Yanran, have access to?" Gu Nianji placed the inventory of assets that Gu Yanran submitted on the defendant's stand. "Take a closer look. There are numbers and totals at the back. I left the Gu family when I was 12, so of course I don't know how much the Gu family's assets are, but you should know very well, right?" Gu Yanran's eyelashes fluttered rapidly as she looked in Gu Nianji's direction. A strange look flashed across her eyes. "Left the Gu family at 12. Ha! Yes." She looked at Gu Nianji as if she had never seen her before, and her expression was extremely complicated. It seemed to be maliciously gratifying, but also seemed to be mixed with unwillingness and fear. Gu Nianji actually felt a little uncomfortable under Gu Yanran's gaze. She tilted her head and looked away. She asked calmly, "Isn't that the case? Or are you making up another story? If so, please make it more reliable. You have to take into account the time, place, and people. Don't just focus on the direction that is beneficial to you and forget the big picture." Gu Yanran chuckled and straightened her expression. She stood up from behind the defendant's stand and leaned forward to wave at Gu Nianji. "Lawyer Gu, do you really think you have the right to fight with me?" Gu Nianji turned around and raised her delicate eyebrows. "The law states that I have the right to fight. It has nothing to do with our personal opinions." "Really?" Gu Yanran stared at Gu Nianji's face as though she wanted to drill holes into it. "I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Splitting the assets equally with me is already the biggest compromise I can make. I've let my father and mother down. I've given away half of their property to someone who doesn't belong to the Gu family. But to keep the peace, and to spare my father's grief, I am willing to give up half my fortune. Gu Nianji, are you still not satisfied?" Gu Nianji smiled, and her plump lips curved into a seductive smile. However, the moment she spoke, she went straight to Gu Yanran's heart. "You're speaking as if you have legitimate ownership over the Gus assets. Gu Yanran, don't forget why we're standing in this courtroom to fight this lawsuit." Gu Yanran's eyes narrowed. "Don't tell me you have legitimate ownership. Stop dreaming." "I'm not dreaming. I'm fighting a lawsuit and letting the court decide how much property I can get." Gu Nianji didn't want to waste any more time with Gu Yanran. She walked back to the plaintiff's stand and took out a thick stack of documents she had prepared. She said to the judge, "Your Honor, may I use the projector in the courtroom?" The judge gestured for the bailiff to connect the projector to Gu Nianji's laptop. Gu Nianji looked at everyone in the courtroom, and her gaze finally landed on Gu Yanran. "Defendant Gu Yanran, I just confirmed with you that the inventory of the Gu family's assets that you submitted was complete. According to this complete inventory, you listed 11 bank accounts, 23 investment accounts, 45 real estate properties, 103 antiques, 257 patents, and a total of 40 rented safety deposit boxes from major banks. Compared to the inventory provided by Yi Xian, the number of bank accounts, investment accounts, real estate properties, antiques, and bank safety deposit boxes was missing by 2/3. Not a single patent was missing, other than those that had already been sold, but the largest portion, which was the holding company in the Cayman Islands, was missing from the inventory." Gu Yanran still nodded reluctantly. "This is already quite a lot. I don't know why you're so greedy." Gu Nianji was so angry at Gu Yanran's tone that she laughed. She was really a thief crying thief. When it came to greed, who could compare to Gu Yanran? She pushed the inventory in front of Gu Yanran and said, "This has your signature on it. It's not fake, right?" Gu Yanran glanced at it. "It's my signature. If you don't believe me, you can go to these banks and investment brokers to confirm it." Gu Nianji smiled. "I don't need to confirm it. I'll just treat it as if it's real." "It's real." Gu Yanran, who had always been very careful with her manners, finally rolled her eyes. "Why would I lie to you?" Gu Nianji opened an Excel file on the computer. It listed all the items on Gu Yanran's inventory one by one, and there was a column behind each item that said, "Net income for the year." Everyone in the courtroom looked at the form filled with numbers and was a bit nervous. They didn't know how Gu Nianji was going to attack Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran also frowned and said, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing much. I'm just helping you calculate some accounts." Gu Nianji picked up a laser pointer and pointed at the Excel file on the projector screen to start analyzing. "According to the inventory provided by the defendant, Gu Yanran, I calculated it for her. The net income for the year here is calculated based on the interest rate announced by the bank and the annual net income of these investment accounts. 11 bank accounts with a total deposit of $25 million. The annual interest income is $1 million. 23 investment accounts with a net income of $2 million. According to the annual report given by the broker, the annual net income is $2 million. 45 properties. I checked and found that 30 of them are being rented out. The annual rent is $1.5 million. If the antiques are not sold, there is no income. Patent fees are the main source of income. It's $30 million a year. However, according to my father, Gu Xiangwen's rules, the patent fees can't be used for consumption at the moment. It can only be invested into a fixed trust fund for reinvestment. Therefore, this part of the money can't be included in the annual disposable income. Gu Nianji paused for a moment and waited for everyone to digest the numbers before saying, therefore, according to the inventory provided by the defendant, Gu Yanran, the annual disposable income of all the Gu family's assets is only $4.5 million. Only $4.5 million. Gu Nianji, how arrogant are you? How much do you earn in a year? Do you think $4.5 million is too little? Gu Yanran snickered and looked at Gu Nianji with disdain. An annual income of $4.5 million is certainly a lot for a normal family, but for you, Miss Gu Yanran, the richest woman in Barbados, is $4.5 million even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth? Gu Nianji's tone suddenly changed, and her tone became sharp. Now, let's take a look at Barbados' richest woman defendant, Miss Gu Yanran's annual expenses. Gu Nianji projected another Excel chart on the projector. Everyone, please take a look. The richest woman in Barbados, Miss Gu Yanran, spends at least $1 million a year on clothes, designer bags, women's shoes, skincare products, and cosmetics. If you include the occasional purchase of jewelry and luxury cars, it would be close to $3 million. Other than that, Miss Gu Yanran has her own large group of consultants, servants, housekeepers, and bodyguards. These people are the most expensive, and the salary you pay them every year is close to $3 million. That's $6 million in expenses. Then, look at your annual donations, hosting all kinds of large-scale parties, donations to political figures, as well as the maintenance and repair of your residence. The professional fees for various professionals, including lawyers, accountants, hairdressers, makeup artists, and fashion designers, cost at least $4 million a year. Gu Yanran's face turned pale again. Her fingers began to tremble, and her voice was no longer as confident as before. Where did you get this gossip from? Gossip? Gu Nianji cocked her head. I got this from the 3 major credit bureaus in Europe and the United States for your credit card statements, as well as your bank statements. As long as I have a court subpoena, these organizations are very willing to cooperate with me. Of course, the credit card information and bank statements were provided by Yi Xian, and Gu Yanran's annual expenses were also part of Yi Xian's job scope as the financial manager. I won't talk about your illegal gifts. Just by looking at the normal expenses, your annual expenses are more than $10 million. Gu Nianji turned around and walked to Gu Yanran's defendant stand. Tell me, with the list of assets you provided, how did you support your annual expenses of $10 million with an income of $4.5 million? Gu Yanran's eyes flashed, and she said stubbornly. You see, I can't make ends meet either. I've used up all my bank savings. Yes, 7 years of expenses is $70 million, but the bank savings you provided are only $25 million. Even if you used up all your bank savings, it wouldn't be able to support your 7 years of expenses. Gu Nianji knocked on Gu Yanran's defendant stand. I won't talk about those astronomical gifts and donations. No matter how you look at it, the list of assets you provided is seriously inconsistent with your expenses. Gu Nianji had calculated based on Gu Yanran's extravagance and expenses that the assets on the list were not enough. She continued to ask, "May I ask where you got the money from?" "Why do you care where I got the money from?" Gu Yanran still wanted to be stubborn. Chapter 876. Gu Yanran was so shocked by Gu Nianji's string of numbers that her eyes almost turned into mosquito coils. She wasn't good at math when she was in school, but that didn't stop her from wielding the Gu family's enormous fortune and doing whatever she wanted in Barbados for many years. Because for the rich, professional things were done by professionals. There were lawyers for lawsuits, accountants for tax returns, stylists for clothes, and beauticians for makeup and skincare. No matter what she did, there would always be a bunch of professionals to serve her. This was especially obvious when the rich person wasn't from the first generation but from the second or third generation. Gu Yanran's situation was a bit special. Therefore, when Gu Nianji was calculating the bills, Gu Yanran was as listless as an eggplant that had been hit by frost. She looked at Jean Wani pitifully. "Lawyer Jean, is what she said true?" Jean Wani rubbed her temples and said to the judge, "Your Honor, we would like to request an adjournment. I have something to say to my client." The judge looked at the time. The entire morning had passed. Hua Xiaoheng's voice came through the Bluetooth headset again. "Director Gao, our people have arrived." The judge immediately nodded and said to everyone in the courtroom, "Then we'll adjourn for 15 minutes. We'll continue in 15 minutes. He hurried out of Court A and went to the small conference room where Yi Xian was. Hua Xiaoheng wore a stiff and dignified navy military uniform with sunglasses and a military cap on his head. He stood at the end of the hallway with his hands behind his back and looked out the window in a daze. The judge in charge of the estate dispute was Director Gao of the Imperial Capital Supreme Court. He walked in front of Hua Xiaoheng and said with emotion, "Hua Xiao, your people went in." Hua Xiaoheng turned around and nodded at Director Gao. "They're inside." They swapped shifts with the bailiffs as soon as they arrived, so everything inside and out was under control. Yi Xian was in the small conference room talking to Zhao Liangze. "Yi Xian, what you just said in court was about Nianji's accident in Germany. It involves the murder of our field personnel, so we would like to invite you back to assist in the investigation." Zhao Liangze spoke politely, but his attitude was still very firm. Yi Xian finally decided to reveal this matter. He knew that he would definitely have to bear some legal responsibility. He didn't resist and stood up. "I'm fine with it, but I don't know if Nianji still wants me to be a witness." Zhao Liangze looked at him deeply and realized that he was already addressing Gu Nianji very intimately. Only people who were more familiar with each other would call each other by their first names, not their surnames. There should be no problem. "Come back with us first. If Nianji needs you as a witness, we'll send you over. But in this way, your personal freedom will be temporarily gone." As Zhao Liangze spoke, he took out a certificate for him to sign. "You can come with us after you sign this certificate." Yi Xian was a foreign citizen. In order to avoid diplomatic disputes, Hua Xiaoheng and the Special Operations Forces had to complete all the necessary procedures. Yi Xian bowed his head and signed the document, indicating that he was willing to give up his personal freedom and cooperate with the special forces in the investigation. Zhao Liangze waited for him to finish signing before saying, "Actually, it'll be safer if you come with us." Yi Xian had already thought it through. He smiled and said, "I know. Since I exposed this matter, the people behind Gu Yanran won't let me go. I won't die if I go with you. If I don't go with you, I probably won't live to celebrate my birthday next year. It's good that you understand." Zhao Liangze patted his shoulder and had a better impression of him. Outside the small conference room, Director Gao held a cigarette between his fingers and took a puff. He exhaled a cloud of white smoke and said quietly, "Then, you're not taking Gu Yanran with you." From what Yi Xian said, Gu Yanran was the one who knew more inside information. Hu Xiaoheng also held a cigarette between his fingers, but he didn't smoke it. He flicked the ash and said calmly, "Gu Yanran's situation is more complicated. We don't want to alert the enemy." Temporarily leaving Gu Yanran running around outside was definitely better than locking her up. Because they wanted to find the person behind her from her. Now that they had Yi Xian's testimony, they could legitimately use surveillance methods on Gu Yanran. Has the Senate settled it? Director Gao knew that the Special Operations Forces needed the Senate's authorization to operate within the country. They're working on the paperwork. Hu Xiaoheng usually didn't tell outsiders about the Special Operations Forces. Because of this case, Director Gao asked more questions. Hu Xiaoheng didn't explain, so Director Gao didn't ask any more. The two of them began chatting. Director Gao couldn't stop praising Gu Nianji. This young lady is really amazing. When this case is over, I'll definitely ask the court's personnel department to contact her at the university and ask if she's willing to work at our high court. With her, they would definitely be like tigers that had grown wings. Hu Xiaoheng's tone was still calm, but behind his sunglasses, his deep eyes flashed with pride. Nianji is still young. Her future job will still depend on her own will. That's for sure. Director Gao laughed and stepped aside when he saw Zhao Liangzi push the door open with Yi Xian. Zhao Liangzi nodded to Hu Xiaoheng to indicate that everything went smoothly. Hu Xiaoheng threw the cigarette in his hand into the trash can and nodded to Director Gao. Then we'll be going. Director Gao shook his hand and said goodbye. In the brightly lit hallway, sunlight shone through the large transparent glass windows and made the two men's silhouettes appear even taller. Gu Nianji came out of the courtroom for a breath of fresh air. She wanted to talk to Yi Xian, but when she was halfway down the hallway, she saw a familiar tall and handsome figure. The man's back was facing her and he was shaking hands with the judge. She didn't know what they were talking about, but the judge even smiled and patted the man's shoulder. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and put her hands in the trouser pockets of her business attire. She quietly looked in the man's direction. After Hu Xiaoheng shook hands with Director Gao and was about to leave, he suddenly felt a strange sensation behind him. It was like a prick on his back. He instinctively turned around to look. In the golden hallway, a beautiful young woman stood. She was elegant and dignified. The form-fitting business attire accentuated the woman's delicate features and added a hint of maturity. A pair of lacquered eyes seemed to absorb the sunlight and were astonishingly bright. It was Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her but didn't walk over. He only nodded slightly at her and turned to walk out. His footsteps echoed in the hallway and also in Gu Nianji's heart. Zhao Liangzi had already taken Yi Xian out. The Special Operations Forces members on duty at the door had also left. Hu Xiaoheng was the last to leave. Gu Nianji didn't walk over either. She waited until Hu Xiaoheng was out of sight before going to the small conference room where Yi Xian was. She poked her head out to take a look. As she expected, Yi Xian had been taken away by Hu Xiaoheng. They moved so quickly, however, Gu Nianji felt that Yi Xian would be safer with Hu Xiaoheng and the others since he had exposed Gu Yanran's most secret. Otherwise, his personal safety might not even be guaranteed. She glanced at the door but didn't ask anything else. Director Gao saw that she seemed to understand and didn't say anything else. He smiled and nodded at her before turning to leave. He was a judge now. To avoid arousing suspicion, he didn't say a word to Gu Nianji in private. Jin Wani and Gu Yanran took advantage of the break to leave the courtroom and go to the underground parking lot. They got into Gu Yanran's luxury car to talk. To them, of course, some things couldn't be said outside. Gu Yanran's own luxury car was fully equipped with all kinds of anti-interference devices, so it couldn't be eavesdropped. Yanran, what's going on with you? Yi Xian said that Gu Nianji was in danger in Germany. Does it have anything to do with you? Jean Wani asked earnestly, hoping that Gu Yanran would tell her the truth and not hide half of it. Gu Yanran leaned back in the spacious car seat with one arm across her forehead. She smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, this was a misunderstanding. However, Yi Xian hates me to the core now. Naturally, it's different when he says it. It really was a misunderstanding." Jean Wani was very suspicious. But Yi Xian said he had evidence. "I just complained a little when I was teasing him," Gu Yanran said lightly. She didn't want to talk about this anymore. Gu Yanran didn't want to be involved in anything related to Gu Nianji's trip to Germany. The whole thing was manipulated by a master behind the scenes. Even Gu Yanran herself was confused, so she didn't believe Yi Xian would know who did it. "Lawyer Jean, I hired you to be my representative lawyer, not for you to worry about other people." Gu Yanran glared at her unhappily. "You'd better think about how you're going to fight this estate dispute case." Jean Wani thought about how Gu Yanran had threatened her earlier and felt very uncomfortable. At this time, she had to silently think about the exorbitant lawyer fees Gu Yanran had given her to calm her anger and unwillingness. After a while, Jean Wani calmed down and frowned. "Then tell me the truth. Did you hide anything from the inventory of the Gu assets?" "This can't be called hiding." Gu Yanran shook her head. "For example, the holding company in the Cayman Islands. To be honest, I don't have any control over those companies. They still haven't given me the trust funds. They also closed some of their bank accounts and donated the money in the bank." Jean Wani was speechless. Then what's with the inventory that Yi Xian took out? This was the part that hurt Gu Yanran the most. She used to have true feelings for Yi Xian, but she didn't expect this man to be so heartless. He didn't consider her situation at all and actually turned his back on her. "How would I know why he?" Gu Yanran still wanted to deny it, but Jean Wani interrupted her with a frown. "I advise you to stop insisting. Money laundering is indeed a very serious crime. Gu Nianji isn't lying to you about this." As Jean Wani spoke, she turned on her iPad and pulled up the legal regulations on money laundering in various countries. "Look, in fact, in our country, the crime of money laundering is the lightest, but there are still decades of prison waiting for you." Gu Yanran quietly read through the legal provisions and sighed deeply. Gu Nianji is too ruthless. She doesn't acknowledge the inventory that Yi Xian provided, so she's laundering money. She's really good at making things up. Jean Wani said tactfully, "You can't say that she's making things up. The income and expenses have to be consistent, or else she has to explain the source. Even if it's from parents or winning the lottery, there has to be an explanation. You can only say, 'Why should I tell you?' That won't work in court." Gu Yanran didn't speak for a long time after hearing that. Finally, when the 15-minute break was almost up, she said slowly, "Then we'll split the assets according to Yi Xian's inventory. I'll take it as I owe both of them." Jean Wani nodded. "It's best if you think that way. I'll explain the situation to the judge. I'll say that because of Yi Xian's departure, the new treasurer isn't skilled enough, so the inventory is incomplete." Gu Yanran finally smiled and nodded. "Lawyer Jean, you're right. I feel that my money wasn't spent in vain." Jean Wani forced a smile and left the parking lot with Gu Yanran to return to courtroom A. The judge walked into the courtroom and sat on the bench. He looked at the people in the room. "Is everyone here?" Gu Nianji stood up from the plaintiff's stand. Jean Wani and Gu Yanran also stood up from the defendant's stand. On Gu Nianji's side, Secretary Chow was scribbling furiously to record Gu Nianji's exciting court arguments. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang were whispering to each other as if no one else was present. Speaker Long's special assistant Yang was also recording, but he glanced at Gu Nianji every time he wrote. It was hard to believe that such a pretty girl could be so sharp. It seemed like the person behind her, He Dazhuang, had put in a lot of effort for her. In Special Assistant Yang's heart, he still felt that Gu Nianji's performance in court wasn't due to her own efforts, but rather the work of the person behind her. The judge nodded. Continue. Gu Nianji sat down, and Jin Wani immediately said to the judge, Your Honor, after my client and I verified, we discovered that the new treasurer of the Gu family isn't skilled enough to make many mistakes. We still agree with the inventory of the Gu family's assets that Yi Xian submitted. The judge smiled. Are you sure? If you are, you'll need to submit a signed and notarized inventory of the assets. Jin Wani said, We can sign our names on Yi Xian's inventory of the Gu family's assets. With my clients and my signature, it means that we agree with this inventory of assets. This wasn't bad either. It saved time. The judge thought about it and asked Gu Nianji kindly, Plaintiff, do you agree? Of course, Gu Nianji didn't have any objections. As long as the inventory of assets is confirmed according to legal procedures, it's fine. The judge banged his gavel and ordered someone to make 2 inventory of assets. One was signed by Gu Yanran and Jin Wani, and the other was signed by Gu Nianji. This time, both parties finally had the same inventory of assets. 2/3 of the Gu family's assets were finally returned to the court. Gu Nianji held the newly signed inventory of assets and said to Gu Yanran and Jin Wani, This time, you've confirmed that this inventory of assets is complete, right? Gu Yanran had learned her lesson and didn't dare to speak to Gu Nianji on her own again. She only glanced at Jin Wani. Jin Wani nodded. Yes. Gu Nianji flipped through the inventory of assets again. Here, complete means that this inventory includes all of the Gu family's assets up to the day of my parents' plane crash 7 years ago, right? Chapter 877. What? What? Gu Yanran and Jin Wani exclaimed at the same time. Compared to Gu Yanran and Jin Wani's shock, Gu Nianji's calmness was especially striking. She flipped through the list and pointed to another number. This is the COB's valuation on the day of the crash. Gu Yanran exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? She nudged Jin Wani. Lawyer Jin, tell her that this doesn't make sense. Jin Wani also felt that Gu Nianji's argument didn't make sense, so she spoke up for Gu Yanran. Lawyer Gu, the reason we can stand here and fight this case is because Mr. Gu Xiangwen has been in a vegetative state for 7 years. According to the law, when he has been in a vegetative state for more than 7 years, he can be stripped of his civil rights and certain property rights. Therefore, you could only file a case in court 7 years after the crash and claim your property rights. 7 years ago, the property belonged to Mr. Gu Xiangwen. It had nothing to do with you, so you have no right to claim it. Jin Wani's argument had legal basis and was immediately approved by the judge. Gu Nianji wasn't angry at all when the defendant's lawyer and the judge refuted her. She nodded calmly and said, Then what Lawyer Jin means is that the Gu property from 7 years ago still belonged to my father, Gu Xiangwen. No one has any right to dispose of his property, right? Jin Wani froze. Gu Nianji's words sounded reasonable and were a natural deduction from Jin Wani's statement. But thinking deeper, it seemed like she was setting up a trap for Gu Yanran. Jin Wani hesitated. She looked at Gu Yanran, then at Gu Nianji, and said hesitantly, This question is a bit complicated. How is it complicated? Gu Nianji continued to ask. I asked for the starting point of the estate dispute to be based on the valuation on the day of the crash 7 years ago. You said no, because during those 7 years, my father, Gu Xiangwen, was still the complete owner of the property. No one could dispose of his property against his will. That means, during those 7 years, no one could dispose of, divide, consume, or squander the Gu property, right? Jin Wani shut her mouth. Gu Nianji's move was too vicious. If they didn't agree to Gu Nianji's valuation starting point, then Gu Yanran shouldn't have used a single cent of the Gu family's money in the past 7 years, other than what was allowed by law. However, Jin Wani knew very well that ever since Gu Xiangwen became a vegetable in the plane crash 7 years ago, Gu Yanran had become the de facto controller of the Gu fortune. In the past 7 years, she had used the Gu family's wealth for countless things. Whether it was investments, donations, consumption, extravagance, or even gifts, the amount of money spent was endless. In the past 7 years, all the major banks and investment institutions had treated Gu Yanran as the only heir to the Gu family's assets. Therefore, even though Gu Xiangwen was still alive, they all approved of Gu Yanran's signature on the documents and helped her with many things. Now the second heir to the fortune, Gu Nianji, had appeared. Regardless of whether she was adopted or biological, she was still Gu Xiangwen's daughter. This was confirmed by the Barbados government's legal documents. Gu Xiangwen's will was nowhere to be found, so the division of their assets could only be carried out according to the law. In order to divide the assets, the first thing to do was to determine the value of the assets, which was how much assets the sisters had to divide. However, there was a huge disagreement between the two parties on how to value the assets. Everyone knew that there was a world of difference between the values 7 years ago and 7 years later. Jin Wani looked down and carefully looked at the inventory of the Gu family's assets that Yi Xian had provided. She discovered that there were indeed many pitfalls. The biggest pitfall was the value of the assets. There were 2 valuations in the inventory. One was the value of the day Gu Xiangwen had gotten into the plane crash 7 years ago, and the other was the value after Gu Xiangwen had been in a vegetable for 7 years. The 2 values were as far apart as the Milky Way. Of course, this was an exaggeration. Let's put it this way. 7 years ago, when Gu Xiangwen had gotten into the plane crash, the Gu family's assets were valued at more than $30 billion. 7 years later, the value was only $10 billion, a decrease of nearly 70%. However, if they agreed, Gu Nianji would definitely pursue the missing 70% of the assets. Therefore, no matter how they answered, Gu Nianji had a pitfall waiting for them to jump into. Jin Wani's mind raced as she carefully thought of excuses and arguments to delay. Gu Yanran was extremely anxious. She couldn't just watch Gu Nianji pursue the missing $20 billion. Lawyer Jin, say something. I paid such a high hourly salary to hire you, but it's not for you to be a coward at a critical moment. Gu Yanran grumbled quietly. She wanted nothing more than to push Jin Wani out so she could rebut Gu Nianji. Jin Wani pursed her lips and suppressed her anger. I'm thinking of a solution right now, aren't I? Gu Nianji admired Jin Wani and Gu Yanran's little actions for a while, then walked over and tilted her head to look at them. Have you two finished discussing? How about we pursue the fraud on the Gu family's assets? How about we follow the valuation from 7 years ago and ask Gu Yanran to cough up the assets she squandered and hid all these years? Gu Yanran saw that Jin Wani hadn't spoken, so she couldn't help but jump out to refute Gu Nianji. Don't try to scare people with a big hat. I'm the rightful heir to the Gu family's assets. My father has no civil capacity, so what's wrong with me executing the contract on his behalf? Are you questioning the legality of the contract? Those contracts were signed before my father got into the plane crash. Gu Nianji folded her hands behind her back and looked down at Gu Yanran from above. She smiled and said, of course the contracts signed before my father got into the plane crash are valid. Gu Yanran, don't try to confuse us. I'm talking about the new contract signed after my father got into the plane crash. Do you want me to count how many there are? Also, where did the missing 70% of the assets go? I made a spreadsheet. Do you want to take a look? Gu Nianji had organized these spreadsheets from the list of assets that Yi Xian had provided. Soon, Gu Nianji opened another Excel spreadsheet on her laptop. She picked up the laser pointer and pointed out the items one by one for everyone to see. In the past 7 years, the defendant, Gu Yanran, used her own name to sign 167 contracts. Among them, 60% were contracts that lost money, causing the Gu family to lose $3 billion in assets. Also, the defendant, Gu Yanran, forged Gu Xiangwen's handwriting to sign 83 contracts. Among them, only 10% were contracts that lost money. The Gu family's assets made a net profit of $3 billion from these contracts. It can be considered to have offset the losses from the contracts that Gu Yanran signed in her own name. Gu Nianji paused here and explained, "It's very obvious that the businessmen who signed the contracts were more respectful of Father Gu Xiangwen's name, so they didn't dare to tamper with it. Although Gu Yanran is guilty of forging handwriting, that's a different case. Now, based on the income of the assets, we did not lose money from this portion of the contracts." Gu Yanran's expression was extremely conflicted when she heard this. Gu Nianji looked down and picked up the mouse to scroll down the spreadsheet. Gu Yanran started selling the patents 4 years ago. In the past 4 years, Gu Yanran sold 77 patents at a low price. When I said low price, I meant that these patents were valued at least $5 billion according to the market price. However, Gu Yanran only sold them for $100 million in total. That's a difference of 50 times. Also, in terms of the patents, Gu Yanran had no right to sell Father Gu Xiangwen's patents. Gu Nianji paused. I asked the administrator of the trust fund who held the patents for the legal documents when the trust fund was established. It clearly stated that these patents could never be sold. If they were to be sold, the trust fund's legal documents must be amended first. It was obvious that this request had not been fulfilled. Therefore, the 177 patents that Gu Yanran sold at a low price must be taken back. Gu Yanran looked up suddenly and sneered. That's really unfortunate. When I sold the patents, these people didn't say that I couldn't sell them. Gu Nianji looked at her expressionlessly and said, the trust fund confirmed that they sold the right to use in the contract, not the ownership. They added a time limit on your sales contract. All the patents you sold will expire on the 7th anniversary of my father's accident this year. Gu Yanran's eyes narrowed. Are you serious? You don't know how to read those legal documents? Gu Nianji glanced at her. That's true. Such thick legal provisions don't match your major in housekeeping. You can't understand them, right? Gu Yanran blushed. I have my own team of lawyers. She suddenly remembered that all the legal provisions for her to sell the patents were prepared by Wen Shuyi for her. At that time, Wen Shuyi was her representative lawyer. But Wen Shuyi didn't mention a word about the right to use and ownership to her. She only cared about collecting the money. Now that Wen Shuyi had left, who was she going to reason with? Gu Yanran began to panic. Gu Nianji chuckled and turned to pull down another part of the Excel sheet. Everyone, please look. The biggest head is here. In 7 years, Gu Yanran donated nearly $15 billion in cash to a charity organization called Angels in the World. The courtroom was silent for a moment. Everyone stared at the huge number in a daze. There's nothing wrong with donating to charity. I won't say that she donated too much either. If you really want to donate it to charity, then so be it. I can understand and support it. But I was curious, so I looked up what this Angels in the World charity organization did to make Gu Yanran donate so much. Gu Nianji clicked the mouse again. Chapter 878. Everyone, please take a look. According to the Japanese official information, there are 2 founders of this Angels in the World charity organization. They are Professor Oda Masao from Japan and Jasmine in 210, the richest woman in Barbados. Gu Xiangwen's name was not on any of the flight tickets to Japan that day, nor was his name in the refund records. Gu Yanran, you said father was supposed to go to Japan. Which day was it? Gu Yanran replied. The day he got into an accident. Are you sure? Of course. I found it strange when I heard about the accident. Wasn't he supposed to go to Japan? Why was he on the plane to Huaxia? Gu Yanran spoke with conviction. Gu Nianji looked up at her coldly. Gu Yanran, you lied in court so many times. Do you know that this constitutes a false accusation? Gu Yanran retorted instinctively, I remembered wrongly. How is that a lie? First, you pour a bucket of dirty water on someone, then after they've cleared their name, you only come out and say you poured the wrong water. Don't you think the price of committing a crime is too low? Gu Nianji stared at Gu Yanran. I can conclude that you were lying when you said father was supposed to go to Japan and changed his flight to Huaxia. Gu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. What evidence do you have? Because I can't find the change records you mentioned, nor can I find Gu Xiangwen's booking records. Gu Nianji raised a brow. You should be the one to prove your point, but you don't have any evidence and only know how to make things up. That's why I don't accept what you said. I don't think father has anything to do with this Japanese person. If you say he did, please provide evidence. If you can't, then you're framing him. Gu Nianji walked to Gu Yanran's defendant stand. On the other hand, you colluded with the Japanese to transfer the Gu family's assets. The evidence is conclusive. Generally speaking, I don't advocate for reclaiming donations to charity organizations. Although I didn't participate in the decision-making, if it was really for charity, then it's fine to donate. Gu Nianji turned around and looked at the various biomedical research supported by the Angels on Earth charity on the projector. But this organization is different. Every research it supports is aimed at the genetic defects of the Chinese. If they succeed in this research, they will be able to create a genetic weapon that can specifically target Chinese people. Gu Nianji's expression was solemn. When that time comes, the Chinese will really become meat on someone else's chopping board. The other party won't even need to use any guns or cannons to exterminate your people in a matter of minutes. Chapter 879. Get it all back. Gu Yanran almost screamed. As soon as Gu Yanran thought about how such a large amount of wealth would disappear, her mind suddenly became alert. You have no right to get it all back. Since we both have inheritance rights, you can only get half of the gift back at most. Jean Wani was also very surprised by Gu Yanran's sudden intelligence. She immediately followed up. My client is right. Both lawyer Gu and my client have inheritance rights to the Gu fortune. In the absence of a will, you can each inherit half of the fortune. In other words, my client has $15 billion of inheritance rights. Gu Nianji looked down at the form in front of her. Her plump lips curled up, making her look even more like a pink water chestnut. $15 billion of inheritance rights. Gu Nianji raised the corner of her eye at Gu Yanran. But the remaining fortune is only $10 billion. Does that mean Gu Yanran still owes me $5 billion? $5 billion. Fine, I'll give you $5 billion and we'll be even. Before Jean Wani could speak, Gu Yanran already shouted. Jean Wani glared at her and scolded, shut up. Gu Yanran pursed her lips, but she was stunned by Jean Wani's gaze and didn't say anything. Jean Wani turned to look at Gu Nianji and said in a low voice, Lawyer Gu will get half of the gift money. If Lawyer Gu wants to get it back, please go ahead. As for the remaining $10 billion, you and my client will each get half. Gu Yanran was happy as soon as she heard that. She didn't expect Jean Wani to be able to come up with such a good idea. It was much better than the one she had thought of before. Gu Nianji chuckled and actually clapped for Jean Wani. Lawyer Jean, you're really brave. This way, not only does your client not have to take a single cent, but she can also get another $5 billion US. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Lawyer Gu is too kind. Jean Wani stared at Gu Nianji. If Lawyer Gu has no objections, our estate dispute case can be settled. Gu Nianji put down her hand and looked at Jean Wani quietly for a while. She said in a low voice, Lawyer Jean has a good plan. But I have to say, I do not accept it. Jean Wani's heart tightened. Why not? Did I say something wrong? All the property, you and my client each get half. You can ask for half of the money that was given out. The rest of the assets will be split in half. What else do you want? Lawyer Jean sure knows how to take advantage of others, but that's not how things are calculated. Gu Nianji opened the Excel file and quickly wrote a few simple addition and subtraction formulas. Lawyer Jean, please take a look. How can we just let go of the $70 million that Gu Yanran squandered in the past 7 years? What about the $5 billion she lost from selling the patents? What about the $3 billion she had illegally signed? Do I have to take half of these losses as well? Lawyer Jean frowned and took a look. This is just a small amount. Excuse me. This is small change. Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. A loss of tens of billions of US dollars is nothing in Lawyer Jean's eyes. Do I have to kneel before you? Jean Wani bit her lip and blinked her eyes. Compared to the Gu family's property, this is just a small amount of money. Gu Nianji saw that Gu Yanran and Jean Wani were still stubborn, so she didn't want to beat around the bush with them anymore. You want half of the Gu family's assets? Dream on. Gu Nianji looked up at the judge and said, Your Honor, I request for a retrial. We still have 2 important witnesses who won't be here for a few days. The judge looked at the process and asked, What kind of important witnesses? They are 2 witnesses who can prove my and the defendant Gu Yanran's identity. Gu Nianji said as she handed over the names and information of the 2 witnesses. Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying. The judge looked at it and turned to inform Gu Yanran and Jean Wani. Because the plaintiff has 2 new witnesses, Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying, we will suspend the case and set a date for the 4th hearing. Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying. Jean Wani's brows furrowed tightly. The names sounded familiar. Who were they? Jean Wani moved closer to Gu Yanran and asked quietly, Who are these 2 people? Do you know them? Gu Yanran shook her head blankly. No. After leaving the court, Jean Wani got into Gu Yanran's luxurious limousine. It was the end of November in the imperial capital, but they were already heating up, so it was obvious how low the temperature was. However, Jean Wani didn't feel cold at all. Instead, she felt panicky from the heat. Yanran, you really don't know who Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying are. Jean Wani instinctively felt that these 2 people were very important. Jean Wani didn't care about the mistakes Gu Yanran had made and embarrassed herself because she didn't think they were mistakes of principle. No matter what, Gu Yanran would get at least half of the Gu fortune. However, seeing Gu Nianji's reckless behavior in court and the sudden appearance of 2 new witnesses, Jean Wani instinctively felt that something bad was about to happen. Gu Yanran still had the same confused expression. She propped her head up with her hand and looked embarrassed. Why do I have to know these 2 people? Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Jean Wani was furious with Gu Yanran. Gu Nianji said these 2 people can prove your identity. Tell me, if you don't know them, then how can you prove your identity? I need to prove my identity. Gu Yanran was also furious. Am I supposed to be chased out of the Gu family by an adopted daughter? Jean Wani's heart sank. She quickly knocked on the wooden decorations on the car 3 times. Knock on wood. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Yanran snorted in disdain, but her mind began to think about who else in the Gu family. Her whole body suddenly trembled when she thought about that. Xia. Which Xia? Do you know which Xia family these two people belong to? Which Xia family? Which Xia family do you think it is? Jean Wani asked curiously. Or do you know who it is? Gu Yanran finally thought of the Xia family. She stuttered, I had an aunt who seemed to have married into the Xia family. However, she passed away many years ago. I only heard about it from my mommy once. Your aunt? Could it be that these two are your uncle and cousin? Jean Wani looked at the information of the new witnesses provided by the court and pointed at the age of the two people. If that's the case, then it can prove your identity. Gu Yanran fell silent. After a while, she sneered. Alright, you know how to find people, right? Just don't be afraid of being slapped in the face. Jean Wani heard the hidden meaning in her words and quickly said, What's going on? Tell me, and I'll help you defend in court. Gu Yanran shook her head and smiled strangely. That's not necessary. If it's these two people, I'll say it myself. Jean Wani's mouth dropped open. However, seeing how stubborn Gu Yanran was, she couldn't be bothered to persuade her anymore. She took out her phone and sent Gu Yanran a receipt. Please transfer the legal fees to this account. Thank you. Gu Yanran said nonchalantly, Why are you in such a hurry? Can't I give it to you after the lawsuit? Jean Wani laughed dryly. Let's just settle the legal fees for this stage. There's still one more court appearance. Gu Yanran saw how insistent she was and didn't argue with her. She called her accountant and asked her to transfer the money to Jean Wani's bank account. Within 5 minutes, the accountant called her back. Miss Gu, your bank account has been frozen, so there's no way to transfer money now. Lawyer Jin's fees are almost $1 million. Do you think you should use the cash on hand to pay for it first? Gu Yanran's expression changed instantly. She stood up and screamed, What did you say? How could it be frozen? It was the third watch, and it was the third watch today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes today was also Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. Good night, dears. Chapter 880. There's an estate dispute right now, so it's natural for the bank account to be frozen, right? Jean Wani reminded Gu Yanran quietly. Do I need you to remind me? Gu Yanran glared at Jean Wani, her gentle expression almost twisted. But that's my own bank account. Gu Xiangwen's bank account will be frozen, but why would my own bank account be frozen? In her agitation, she didn't even call him father. Jean Wani saw that Gu Yanran was about to spit on her face, so she quickly took a step back and tilted her head to say. Is it an affiliated account? If it is, your account will be frozen too. Gu Yanran took a deep breath and clenched her fists tightly to force herself to calm down. What's an affiliated account? That's clearly a bank account opened in my own name, and it's all my own money. Gu Yanran was so anxious that her face was unnaturally red. Jean Wani was silent for a moment, then took another step back, almost to the car door. Yanran, then call the bank and ask. You're a big client, so the bank won't freeze your account for no reason. Gu Yanran gritted her teeth and asked the accountant for the bank's VIP customer service number. The person was very polite and attentive, but it was useless. The bank's customer service kept saying that they had received a freezing notice from the court, so they froze her bank account. As for why her own bank account was also on the list, the person told her to ask the court. Gu Yanran hung up with a dark expression and pushed Jean Wani away to rush out of the car. In the parking lot, Gu Nianji, Yin Shixiang, and Ma Chichi had just walked out of the elevator, chatting and laughing. There were 2 other men following behind them. As soon as Gu Yanran saw Gu Nianji, she couldn't care less about looking for the judge. She said sternly, "Gu Nianji, what right do you have to ask the court to freeze my own bank account? You're fighting for the Gus assets in a lawsuit, but you're not even letting my private assets go." Gu Nianji looked her up and down and snickered. "Your private assets? Where did you get your private assets? You've never worked a day, and you've never earned a single cent. You're telling me about your private assets just because your face is bigger." Gu Yanran's eyes were red. She clenched her fists and walked towards Gu Nianji. "How is it not my private assets? I'm in charge of the Gu family's assets. Why can't it be considered as my own money? Don't forget, you just said in court that the contract I signed earned the Gu family $3 billion. You really have a bad memory." Gu Nianji's tone was sympathetic. "I clearly said that you forged my father Gu Xiangwen's handwriting and signed the contract to earn $3 billion. You lost $3 billion on an illegal contract you signed under your own name. You can't take credit for other people's achievements, and you can't push your failures to others either. No matter whose name it is, it's the money I earned when I was in charge of the Gu family. What about you? Where were you when the Gu family was in dire straits? Oh, you're busy sucking up to the Major General of the Huaxia Empire, aren't you? What right do you have to criticize me?" Gu Yanran vented all the frustration she'd been feeling all day. "If you dare touch my money, I'll fight you to the death." With that, Gu Yanran threw herself at Gu Nianji. Ma Qiqi panicked and was about to rush over to grab Gu Yanran, but Yin Shixiang stopped her and gave her a look. Ma Qiqi froze. Turning around, she saw Gu Nianji easily step to the side, tripping and hooking her foot. With a loud thud, Gu Yanran couldn't stop herself in time and fell head first to the ground. "Miss Gu." Gu Yanran's bodyguards chased after her and quickly helped her up. Yin Shixiang finally stood in front of Gu Nianji and yelled at the bodyguards, "What are you doing? This is the parking lot of the Supreme Court. Are you trying to cause trouble?" As soon as he yelled, the bailiffs in the parking lot slowly surrounded them with their hands behind their backs. Gu Yanran's bodyguards didn't dare to act rashly and quickly escorted Gu Yanran away. Gu Nianji looked in the direction they left and saw Jean want to get out of Gu Yanran's car. She looked over and met Gu Nianji's eyes calmly before turning to get into her BMW and quickly driving away. Secretary Chao and Special Assistant Yang, who had been watching from the side, walked over and shook hands with Yin Shixiang, Gu Nianji, and Ma Qiqi to say goodbye. "Nianji, today's trial was as exciting as always. I look forward to your next performance." Secretary Chao admired Gu Nianji more and more and had already made up his mind to say good things about Gu Nianji to General Ji when he got back. It would be best if he could get her to work in his secretary's office. That would be much better than suffering in the legal department. Gu Nianji smiled and exchanged some pleasantries with Secretary Chao before walking him to his car. After Secretary Chao left, Special Assistant Yang stood in front of Gu Nianji and looked at her with a frown. He suddenly asked, "Which law firm did you do your trial practical training at?" Big law firms were rich and powerful, so they prepared a full set of practical training courses for their lawyers. Lawyers could go through this kind of practical training to have a personal experience of the arguments that would take place in court. It wasn't something that could be compared to reading materials or memorizing legal provisions. A good practical training could completely simulate the entire process of a formal trial. Special Assistant Yang thought that Gu Nianji's quick reaction was due to the realistic practical training. Gu Nianji shook her head. "I didn't participate in the practical training. I just found the materials and prepared them myself." "Huh, is that so?" Special Assistant Yang didn't deny it, but in his heart, he labeled Gu Nianji as not telling the truth. After Special Assistant Yang left, Ma Qiqi and Gu Nianji got into Yin Shixiang's car. This time, Ma Qiqi wanted to sit in the back seat with Gu Nianji, but Yin Shixiang stopped her with a smile. I still have something to say to Ninji. I'll take you back first. Oh. Ah. Ma Chichi understood instantly and sat in the front seat with a smile. In Shixiang started the car, and Ma Chichi turned around to ask curiously, Ninji, did you really get the court to freeze all of Gu Yanran's personal accounts? Gu Ninji snorted. Yes. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she continued to transfer her assets. But if she really doesn't have a single cent left, wouldn't it have the opposite effect? Ma Chichi was thinking for Gu Ninji's sake. She felt that it wouldn't be good to force a dog into a dead end. She won't be left without a single cent, Gu Ninji said dryly. She still has a lot of cash and jewelry. If she wants to, she can exchange them for money at any time. But even though she said that, Gu Ninji was also muttering to herself that Gu Yanran valued money to a perverted degree. Was she traumatized by the lack of money in the past? The three of them chatted in the car and quickly returned to the B University female graduate student dormitory. Ma Chichi got out of the car first and waved at Gu Ninji before going up. Gu Ninji saw that In Shixiang kept smiling at Ma Chichi's back. His eyes were almost glued to her back, and she couldn't help feeling envious. She whispered, Brother Xiong, you and Chichi are such a good match. In Shixiang looked in the rearview mirror and realized that he was smiling so widely that he quickly wiped his smile off his face. He coughed and said, Chichi is a good girl. Look at how generous she is. I said I had something to say to you, and she went up without saying a word. But she didn't pester me at all and kept trying to figure it out. It's only interesting to have a girlfriend like that. That's because you and I are worthy of her trust. Gu Ninji couldn't help praising herself and In Shixiang. Of course, Ma Chichi deserved more praise. Brother Xiong, Chichi is beautiful, smart, and capable. But the rarest thing is that she has a good personality and doesn't waste her time on trivial matters. Her boyfriends cheated on her before, but she didn't go so far as to think that all men cheat on her just because one man cheated on her. She's still willing to trust and give. Brother Xiong, you must not let down such a good girl like Chichi. In Shixiang listened quietly in the front and grunted after a while. I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to pursue Chichi. But Ninji, you analyze other people's feelings so clearly and logically, but why do you waste your time on trivial matters? Gu Ninji heard that she was about to get involved and immediately reached out to stop In Shixiang. Brother Xiong, stop. We're talking about business, not personal matters. In Shixiang laughed bitterly. Fine. Let's talk about business. He opened the hidden compartment in the car and took out a document. He turned to hand it to Gu Ninji. What's this? Gu Ninji looked down but didn't open it. Information on Oda Masao. In Shixiang sighed. Huishao predicted that you would find out about the founder of Angels on Earth, so he prepared all the information for you. In Shixiang paused before continuing. Oda Masao didn't die in a laboratory fire. He died of myocardial infarction. To be precise, he had died of a myocardial infarction at In Shixiang's hands. Gu Ninji's lips formed an O shape, and a rare expression of shock appeared on her beautiful face. In Shixiang admired Gu Ninji's rare expression in the rearview mirror and chuckled. Surprised. The information I looked up online said that he died in a laboratory fire. Gu Ninji looked down and opened the document. Yeah, the information online was changed by the Japanese. In the beginning, the actual cause of death was a myocardial infarction, but then they thought it was ridiculous that a biomedical scientist who did genetic research and dedicated his efforts to modify the human body would die of a myocardial infarction, so they changed it to a laboratory fire. Actually, other than the people close to him, the public doesn't really care. Therefore, most news usually only lasted for 3 minutes. However, In Shixiang could only tell her that much. The information that Hu Xiaoheng had prepared for Gu Nianji was only the part that could be seen on the surface. He wouldn't break the rules by showing her the truly confidential information. However, even the information that was on the surface was much more detailed than what Gu Nianji could have found. She took a quick glance and felt touched, happy, and an indescribable sense of pleasure. It was like eating a cream puff that melted in her mouth. Hugging the document, Gu Nianji whispered to Yin Shixiang, "Brother Xiong, help me thank Hu Xiao. Why are you being so polite with us?" Yin Shixiang couldn't help but rub Gu Nianji's head. "We watched you grow up. No matter where you and Hu Xiao end up, little Zay and I will always be the brother Xiong and brother Zay you can trust and rely on." Gu Nianji nodded solemnly and said with a nasal voice, "Brother Xiong, help me ask Hu Xiao about Uncle Xia and my cousin." Although it was confirmed last time, they still haven't returned to the Hua Xia Empire. "They're already back," Yin Shixiang whispered, "but they haven't made it public. You know, the waters behind this case are too deep. For their safety, we put up a lot of smoke screens. Don't worry, we'll take care of these things for you. You just have to be responsible for arguing in court." This was the first night watch, and there were 2 today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes: the second night watch was at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 881. You had so many people supporting you during a lawsuit saying, "Don't be afraid, we're here to support you." Gu Nianji would probably never be able to let go of that feeling. Her eyes were a bit moist as she nodded vigorously. "I know. Thank you, Brother Xiong, Brother Zay, and Hu Xiao. I'll work hard." Gu Nianji got out of the car with the documents and returned to the dormitory to see Ma Qiqi enjoying a bowl of vanilla raspberry ice cream. She couldn't help clicking her tongue. "You're eating ice cream in the middle of winter. Ice cream tastes good in the middle of winter." Ma Qiqi squinted her eyes as she ate and almost made a sound. She was as satisfied as a cat eating fish. She stirred the ice cream in the bowl to mix the raspberry and ice cream. She scooped another spoonful into her mouth, her face full of joy. Gu Nianji was so attracted to her that she wanted to take a bite. She closed the door and felt the hot air on her face. Only then did she understand why Ma Qiqi said, "Ice cream tastes good in the middle of winter." So there was a heater in the dormitory. Gu Nianji took off her Burberry cowhorn coat and hung it on the hanger by the door. She advised Ma Qiqi, "Eat less. You'll get sick if you're hot on the outside and cold on the inside." I know. Ma Qiqi smiled as she finished the rest of the ice cream. "Look, I'm done. Okay, I have to go study for the exam too." The 2 returned to their respective rooms to prepare for their homework. Other than going to class and writing her graduation thesis, Gu Nianji also had to prepare for the 4th trial. Xia Dezhao and Xia Qingying were the witnesses Hu Xiaoheng had helped her contact. They were still overseas when they agreed, so Gu Nianji had only spoken to them once over the phone. She wanted to discuss the specifics after they returned to the empire. She hadn't expected someone to target them already. If Hu Xiao hadn't been reliable, they might have suffered the same fate as Yi Xian. Gu Nianji sighed and focused on preparing. The time for the 4th trial was quickly determined. It was on Friday of the following week. Gu Nianji met with Xia Dezhao and Xia Qingying under Yin Shixiang's arrangements. They talked for a few hours but didn't get much information. Xia Dezhao had a falling out with Gu Xiangwen more than 20 years ago because of his ex-wife. After so many years of not interacting with each other, the things he knew were also very limited. Needless to say, Xia Qingying had never seen Gu Xiangwen for as long as she could remember. She had only received many gifts from Gu Xiangwen. But because Xia Dezhao held a deep grudge against Gu Xiangwen, Xia Qingying didn't really like Gu Xiangwen's gift. Gu Nianji was very regretful. She had made an appointment with Xie Qingying to go to Xie Qingying's house in France to see the gifts Gu Xiangguan had given her all those years ago after the lawsuit was over. He Zhichu had been very quiet and calm these days. He had been observing Gu Nianji's estate dispute from the sidelines. If Gu Nianji had wanted to discuss legal issues with him, he would have told her everything he knew. However, he had never taken the initiative to discuss other topics related to it. Gu Nianji sensed that he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the case, so she was careful not to disturb him too much. After class that day, He Zhichu walked out of the lecture hall with a tired expression on his face. Gu Nianji was his teaching assistant, and this class was a public elective for undergraduates. He Zhichu had accepted an invitation from the university to teach the basic theory of the Introduction to Law. Such boring content, but He Zhichu's narration was so interesting that everyone was intoxicated by it. Every week, the seats for He Zhichu's class were in high demand. Some business-minded students even came to reserve seats in advance and sell them at a high price. There were many rich and beautiful girls who liked He Zhichu's class, so there was no need to worry about the seats not being sold. Gu Nianji didn't walk far with He Zhichu before she was surrounded by a group of beautiful rich and beautiful female university students. "Professor He, I have some questions I don't understand. Can I ask you at your place tonight?" The leading female university student was as beautiful as a flower. She wore a milky white slim-fit cashmere coat and knee-high boots. Her large, wavy hair fell over her shoulders, and she looked extremely flirtatious. Gu Nianji looked at the sky. It was only 10 in the morning. Why couldn't the young lady ask her questions during the day? Why did she have to knock on the professor's door at night? When He Zhichu walked off the podium, he was no longer the gentle university professor. Instead, he was a cold and aloof flower on a high mountain. He always chose to ignore these students who obviously didn't want to ask questions. He Zhichu walked forward without blinking, leaving the female university students who had just surrounded him. It was a very awkward situation. Gu Nianji, however, felt relieved and fearlessly stepped forward to fan the flames. "I'm Professor He's teaching assistant. If you ladies have any questions, you can email me. I'll ask Professor He for an answer and forward it to you." "Forget it. Who cares about second-hand answers?" The leading female university student didn't even bat an eye. She completely ignored Gu Nianji and said to her friends, "Let's go." The group of people hurriedly walked in the opposite direction of Gu Nianji and He Zhichu. Gu Nianji sighed and jogged to He Zhichu's side. "Professor He, actually, you can just tactfully reject them. It's very offensive to stay silent like this." He Zhichu glanced at her. "I'm afraid of offending people?" Gu Nianji was speechless. Of course he wasn't afraid, but these people had the professor's scores. Although student scores didn't account for much, the school would still dissuade the professor if it was too low. Gu Nianji thought about it and tried to persuade He Zhichu in the same way. He Zhichu was originally in a bad mood, but now he was amused by her. He smiled and said, "I need them to decide whether I should stay or leave." "Yes, it's not wrong for you to look down on me like that." Gu Nianji was speechless. She rubbed her forehead and said without a change in expression, "I've been staying up all night and haven't slept. I was sleep-talking just now. Professor He, you don't have to pay attention to me." He Zhichu smiled. "You're really getting better and better at treating people differently. Did I ever teach you to speak like a human being and speak like a ghost?" Gu Nianji put her arms down in shock. "Yes, didn't Professor He always teach us like that?" He Zhichu was speechless. Wasn't this called teaching a student, but the student used his words to attack him? What was that saying again in Chinese? Using a child's spear to attack a child's shield. He Zhichu rubbed his temples. "How's your lawsuit going? Why did it take so long?" Gu Nianji whispered, "The Gu family's assets are more than I expected. It took a lot of time just to collect the evidence and get the foreign proof. It's just the Gu family's stuff. If I can get it back, I'll get it back. If I can't, it's okay. He Ji-chu stared at Gu Nianji. You've lost weight. It's good to lose weight. I can lose weight without running or dieting. Professor, he is complimenting me. Gu Nianji replied with a smile. Also, the Gu family stuff is mine, not Gu Yanran's. I must get it back. Professor He, didn't you support me getting it back? I thought you didn't have to go through so much effort, He Ji-chu muttered. He Ji-chu muttered. I didn't expect so many people to covet a bone that was stained with flesh, Gu Nianji frowned. The Gu family is a big fat piece of meat, okay? Why is it only a bone with flesh on it? Also, it's my father's stuff. I must get it back. He Ji-chu was speechless. You just want to argue with me today. He Ji-chu stopped in his tracks and looked at her expressionlessly. When is the fourth trial? Tomorrow morning. Gu Nianji answered honestly. I didn't mean to argue with Professor He. It's a professional habit of mine. To hell with your professional habit. He Ji-chu curled his finger and gently tapped Gu Nianji's forehead. When you're not in court, don't look like you're facing a formidable enemy. Truly good lawyers are able to handle things with ease. People can't see through them. Gu Nianji nodded. Okay, Professor He. I'll try my best. He Ji-chu smiled and suddenly asked, You care about Gu Xiangwen a lot. He's my father. Of course I care. Gu Nianji clenched her fists to show her determination. What about your mother? Why didn't I hear you care about your mother? He Ji-chu asked again. Gu Nianji thought about it and walked around in a circle with her backpack. She walked backward on the path and blinked at He Ji-chu. I don't have feelings for my mother for now. But when I know more, maybe I'll love my mother more than my father. He Ji-chu was speechless. When they parted at the crossroads, He Ji-chu said, I'll attend your trial tomorrow. Really? Gu Nianji was elated. Then I must perform well tomorrow. It was Friday morning, and the B University campus was already bustling with activity. This time, Gu Nianji took He Ji-chu's car to the courthouse. Yin Shixiang got out of the car with Ma Chi-chi and greeted He Ji-chu with a smile. He Ji-chu nodded at him and drove to the underground parking lot. Yin Shixiang also got into his car to park. Gu Nianji chatted with Ma Chi-chi at the courthouse entrance and saw a luxurious RV drive over like a bus. The limousine stopped in front of the courthouse. The door opened, and Gu Yanran appeared in a black and white checkered Chanel dress from the latest autumn/winter collection. It looked elegant in a still photo, but on Gu Yanran, it looked like she was wearing a geometrically patterned rug. Gu Yanran wore a large pair of Prada Floating Cloud sunglasses and walked into the courthouse with her bodyguards, housekeeper, and Jean Wani as if no one else was there. Gu Nianji and Ma Chi-chi looked at each other and laughed. They quietly teased Gu Yanran. She's so dramatic. Who isn't a little princess? They held hands and were about to turn to enter when they saw another luxurious car drive over. This time, the car was not only luxurious but also classy. It was a bulletproof sedan with a red flag. Gu Nianji glanced at the license plate to confirm it was a military license plate. She stood at the door for a while. The car door opened, and the first person to get out was Xie Qingying, who Gu Nianji had met a few times before. The other car door opened, and her father, Xie Dezhao, got out. This was the second night watch. There were 2 nights watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, dears. Chapter 882. Xie Dezhao was in his early 50s. Between his brows, Gu Nianji could see some of the characteristics of the Xies. For example, his tall, thin nose was sculpted, his eyes were slightly sunken, and his brows were shaped like swords. He was elegant yet sharp, but not as handsome as the Xie's direct descendants. It wasn't Gu Nianji's first time seeing Xie Dezhao, but it was Ma Qiqi's first. She was immediately captivated by Xie Dezhao's elegance and grabbed Gu Nianji's hand tightly. She whispered in her ear, "Oh my God! This is your uncle. He's so handsome. This is the first time I understand why older men are so attractive. Just look at him." Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand in front of Ma Qiqi's eyes and suppressed her laughter. "Okay, wake up, Qiqi. If you keep being smitten, Brother Xiong will cry." Ma Qiqi pushed her hand away in embarrassment. "Pfft. What are you talking about? Everyone loves beauty. I was just saying." Her voice became softer. "Don't tell Brother Xiong." "I know." Gu Nianji smiled and pinched her cheek. "Okay, you owe me one." As the two of them were talking and laughing, they caught a glimpse of another person getting out of the bulletproof car with a red flag. This time, it was a beautiful woman wearing a simple ash-gray double-breasted wool coat, custom-made trousers of the same color, and a pair of black leather mid-heeled shoes. She calmly walked over. It was Hu Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed as she sneaked a peek at the bulletproof car. No one else got out of the car. The driver was already driving to the parking lot. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked away and greeted Xie Qingying, Xie Dezhao, and Song Jining. "Mr. Xie, Miss Xie, Auntie Song, you're here." Xie Dezhao looked at Gu Nianji and then at his daughter, Xie Qingying. He smiled. "You two are really alike. You're still calling me Mr. Xie? You should call me uncle. She's your cousin." Xie Qingying was also very affectionate with Gu Nianji. "Cousin is so beautiful today. Are you ready? Don't be afraid later, we'll be on your side." Gu Nianji was amused by her and high-fived her. "Okay, then I'll rely on uncle and cousin." Song Jining smiled faintly and saw that Gu Nianji kept glancing at the red flag bulletproof sedan as it drove away. Song Jining smiled even more meaningfully. "I heard that this case has something to do with the Japanese scientist, Oda Masao, so I came to listen in. Xiaoheng is busy today, so he can't come." Gu Nianji blushed. She wasn't used to Song Jining's sudden sharp observation skills and murmured, "Auntie Song, I know. You know." "Oh, I'm being nosy. Xiaoheng must have told you, right?" Song Jining said as she naturally took Gu Nianji's hand and walked to the courthouse entrance. It was Ma Qiqi's first time seeing Song Jining up close. Ma Qiqi was so stunned that she didn't know what to do and couldn't even speak. She didn't chase after them until they were far away. This time, when she entered Court A, there were more people on Nianji's side. He Zhichu, Yin Shixiang, Ma Qiqi, Song Jining, as well as important witnesses Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying, as well as Secretary Chao, who arrived late at the last minute. Speaker Long's special assistant Yang didn't come today. Instead, it was a low-ranking staff member from the Senate. Gu Yanran had the same people as last time, a housekeeper, bodyguard, lawyer, and this time, there was an accountant. President Zhang walked in and sat down in the judge's seat. He calmly announced the start of the court, Gu Nianji versus Gu Yanran regarding the Gu inheritance case. The fourth hearing begins. The judge knocked the gavel and began to confirm the identities of the people in court. Plaintiff Gu Nianji. Here. Defendant Gu Yanran and lawyer Jin Wani. Here. Witnesses Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying. Here. The judge nodded. Today is the fourth hearing. The main content is the introduction of two new witnesses by the plaintiff. He raised his hand to Gu Nianji. Plaintiff, you may begin your questioning. Gu Nianji was wearing a custom-made navy blue cashmere skirt suit by Dior. She had a fitted blazer that wasn't buttoned up, revealing a snow-white silk shirt underneath. There was a bow tie at the collar. The body of the half-skirt was slightly cocoon-shaped, but it was not too exaggerated. It just showed off her young and beautiful figure, but it was not too seductive. Instead, it was dignified in her beauty, and mature in her cuteness. It was very suitable for her age and identity. Because today's hearing was closely related to her family background, Gu Nianji didn't want to be too professional and mature like the previous 3 hearings. Therefore, she didn't choose formal business attire. Instead, she chose the more colorful Dior autumn/winter custom-made dress. Gu Nianji slowly stood up from the plaintiff's seat and smiled at everyone in the courtroom. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she didn't have any makeup on. She only had a layer of transparent lip gloss on her lips. Standing in court, she looked like a girl next door, but overly beautiful and exquisite. She looked at Gu Yanran, who was sitting in the defendant's dock. Chanel was even more famous than Dior, but the black and white checkered herringbone dress suit looked so overbearing on Gu Yanran that it hurt the eyes. Although Gu Yanran was the second most beautiful woman in the courtroom and was very gentle and charming when she didn't speak, Gu Nianji's outfit made her look like a grandmother. During a lawsuit, as long as you stood in court, you would be scrutinized from head to toe, including your hair. This had a crucial impact on the outcome of the case. Most of the mistakes that a new lawyer would make were in small areas. Gu Nianji had a natural intuition in this area. She was like someone born for the courtroom. Like those born with the qualities of celebrities, Gu Nianji was a classic example of a grandmaster's gift. He Jichu sat in the courtroom gallery and watched Gu Nianji act freely. His eyes were a bit dazed. Gu Nianji was already in trial mode. She nodded to the judge and summoned Xie Dezhao to the stand. Xie Dezhao gracefully walked from the gallery to the witness stand and sat down. He bowed slightly to the judge and the people in the courtroom. Gu Nianji walked over and asked calmly, "Mr. Xie, please tell us about your life." Xie Dezhao was a businessman with his own large company. He sat on the witness stand and began to speak as if he were in a board meeting. "I am Xie Dezhao. Xie as in gratitude, De as in morality, and Zhao as in redress of injustice." Xie Dezhao's way of introducing himself was very humorous. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of friendly laughter in the courtroom. Xie Dezhao raised his hand to everyone and waited for the laughter to die down before saying, "I had a first wife named Gu Tian. She was the sister of the owner of the assets in this case, Gu Xiangwen. But she passed away 27 years ago." Most people in the courtroom didn't know this news. Gasps could be heard in the courtroom. Xie Dezhao felt a wave of sadness when he spoke of his first wife. Gu Nianji stood in front of him and comforted him. "Madame Gu Tian must be watching from heaven. She wouldn't want to see you and Miss Xie sad." Xie Dezhao closed his eyes and said emotionally, "Yes, she was always a kind and warm-hearted person. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be sitting here today." Gu Nianji waited for Xie Dezhao to calm down before beginning her interrogation. "Mr. Xie, can you tell us how you met, fell in love with, and married your wife?" Jean Wani immediately raised her hand. "Objection, the plaintiff is rambling again. Please don't waste everyone's time with questions that have nothing to do with the case." Gu Nianji looked at the judge and said solemnly, "Your Honor, I will soon prove that these questions are closely related to the case." As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran was very calm today and didn't look worried at all. Gu Nianji raised her guard, but she wouldn't stop questioning today. There was no turning back. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. The judge looked at the witness information Gu Nianji had submitted and said, "Plaintiff, please get to the point as soon as possible." Gu Nianji thanked the judge and gestured to Xie Dezhao. "You can briefly tell us what happened." Xia Dezhao thought for a moment before saying, I met Gu Tian at a charity masquerade ball. She wore a butterfly mask and her figure was elegant and charming. I didn't see her face, but I had a good impression of her voice after hearing what she said. Everything that happened after that was logical. The Gus had become one of the richest families in France at that time. Although they weren't as wealthy as the Xies, they were a good match for Xia Dezhao. It was only natural for a couple who loved each other and were of equal social status to get married. Xia Dezhao recalled. But after I proposed to Gu Tian, her brother, Gu Xiangwen, told me something. Then, he glanced at Xie Qingying, wanting to say something but hesitating. Xie Qingying nodded at him to let him say it to show that she had no questions. Xia Dezhao's brows furrowed. Although he was reluctant, he still said it. Gu Xiangwen told me that his sister was in poor health and asked if I could accept it. He said Gu Tian might not be able to have children in the future. I said it was fine. The Xies are a large family with many children and grandchildren. I have older and younger brothers in my own family and have many sons. I don't care if I'm going to have children. Xia Dezhao paused and his voice became stiff. Later, Gu Tian told me that it was my words that moved Gu Xiangwen. That's why he agreed to let his sister marry me. Gu Nianji took notes as she listened. Xia Dezhao had said some of these things to her before, but there were also things he hadn't said before. For example, what was it that moved Gu Xiangwen so much that he changed his mind from opposing to supporting their marriage? And then? Gu Nianji asked calmly. She was getting to the main point. Xia Dezhao paused and looked down at the table in the witness stand. His voice was low. I knew Gu Tian was in poor health. I told her that she didn't need to have children. There are so many people in the Xies and so many children. It doesn't matter if we have one or not. But she wouldn't listen and insisted on having children. She was secretly pregnant with a child and wanted to give me a surprise. When I found out, I was extremely worried and asked her to abort the child. But she told me not to worry, saying that her brother was already prepared and that she would definitely be able to give birth smoothly. This was the first watch and today was the third watch. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The second watch was at 1 p.m. The monthly votes were 2,100 plus 1 watch. The third watch was at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 883. At this point, Xia Dezhao's voice began to choke. Gu Nianji hadn't expected that after more than 20 years, Xia Dezhao himself would remarry, and his daughter would grow up. He would still be sobbing when talking about his wife's passing. She felt a bit guilty. Wasn't it selfish of her to bring someone else to court and touch on someone else's sore spot just for her own lawsuit? Gu Nianji's eyes dimmed. She looked at Xia Dezhao quietly and turned to pass him a tissue. Xia Dezhao accepted it and covered his face with it. After a while, he paused and said, I'm sorry. I made a fool of myself. It's okay. Gu Nianji comforted him carefully. If you feel sad, you don't have to say it. No, I have to say it. Xia Dezhao looked up. The tip of his nose and the bottom of his eyes were slightly red from crying. Gu Tian was 7 months pregnant, and we told Gu Xiangwen the good news. Gu Xiangwen ran to my house and threw a tantrum. He pointed at my nose and scolded me for a long time. At that time, I let him scold me and even let him kick me. Because I let him down. I promised him, but I broke my promise. I told Gu Tian that she didn't need to have a child, but she got pregnant. But after that, Gu Xiangwen told Gu Tian that he was prepared, but he couldn't guarantee success. He felt that Gu Tian was taking too much risk. But Gu Tian said that if we didn't have a child, she felt that our marriage would be lacking something and lose its sense of reality. Xie Qingying sat in the audience and also covered her face as she cried. She was only 1 month old when Gu Tian's health system collapsed due to giving birth. She lost all her immune functions and caught a small cold during her confinement period. She died soon after. Xie Qingying had never seen her mother, but Xie Dezhao and the Xia family had taken good care of her. To her, it was a pity that she didn't have a mother to grow up with, but it wasn't to the point where she couldn't bear it. She could only empathize with her father's pain when he remembered her mother. When Gu Nianji heard this, she felt nervous for no reason. She glanced at Gu Yanran from the corner of her eye and saw that Gu Yanran had a disdainful sneer on her face. Xie Dezhao continued. After that, Gu Xiangwen said that he had made preparations. The time wasn't ripe yet, but because Gu Tian was about to give birth, he couldn't care less. He asked me to call him 2 weeks before Gu Tian's due date and he would come to help her. Gu Nianji interrupted. May I ask why Gu Xiangwen is helping Gu Tian? Could it be midwifery? But Gu Xiangwen doesn't have any experience as an obstetrician, right? Although she knew that Gu Xiangwen was a genius, his resume had always been focused on research and machinery. His medical background was all about cell and genetic research. It had nothing to do with delivering babies, right? Xie Dezhao sneered and looked at Gu Nianji. Gu Xiangwen is your father. You may not like what I'm saying, but it's the truth. Gu Xiangwen said that he would come to watch over Gu Tian when she gave birth, but when Gu Tian's due date arrived, we couldn't contact him no matter what. I still remember when Gu Tian went into the delivery room, I called Gu Xiangwen for the last time and yelled into his voicemail, if you don't come, we won't acknowledge you as our big brother anymore. This time, Gu Xiangwen called back and said that he was looking for someone and would definitely be there when Gu Tian was in labor. Looking for someone? Who was he looking for? Gu Nianji sharply noticed that this was a suspicious point. Gu Yanran narrowed her eyes and turned around nonchalantly to whisper to Jin Wani. Xie Dezhao was immersed in his memories. I don't know. He didn't say. I was worried about my wife in the delivery room, so why would I care who he was looking for? That was common sense. Gu Nianji remained silent and gestured for Xie Dezhao to continue. In the end, when Gu Tian was in labor, she suddenly started bleeding profusely and couldn't stop. I was so anxious that I wanted to jump off a building. I begged the eldest cousin brother of the Xies to help find the best gynecologist in Europe and sent him to a hospital in France on a private plane to save Gu Tian's life. But because of the massive bleeding, the doctor discovered that Gu Tian's immune system couldn't function properly, and her bone marrow had lost its ability to produce blood. She needed a bone marrow transplant. Gu Nianji's eyebrows twitched. The mockery on Gu Yanran's face became even more obvious. Hui Xiaoheng, who was quietly watching the trial at the Special Operations Forces headquarters, also stood up. He crossed his arms as he watched the live broadcast of the trial. He was a bit annoyed and wanted to cut off the live broadcast, but Xie Dezhao said something else, and Hui Xiaoheng finally calmed down. Xie Dezhao said, after that, we found almost the best bone marrow transplant specialist in the world and asked him to help match. Because we were willing to spend money, we quickly found a suitable match and performed the transplant. Gu Nianji's heart was in her throat and only calmed down when she heard this. She covered her beating heart with her hand. For a moment, she felt that she couldn't face the truth that was coming towards her. She clenched her fists tightly and felt the sweat on her palms. Her legs were a bit weak, but she couldn't collapse in court in front of everyone. Gu Nianji straightened her delicate back and looked at Xie Dezhao quietly. She heard her own voice, cold and distant, as if a person's soul had left her body and was watching this farce. And then Gu Tian recovered, didn't she? Of course not. Xie Dezhao wiped his face and stopped sobbing. But his voice was bleak, and his sculpture-like features were even more pronounced. Although the match was successful, the bone marrow transplant not only didn't help Gu Tian regrow healthy bone marrow, but it also destroyed what was left of her immune system. From then on, she could only live in a sterile environment. Xie Dezhao didn't want to say the rest. Because on the day of Xie Qingying's 1-month-old birthday, Gu Tian had secretly asked someone to bring the child to a sterile room for her to hold. Just like that, Gu Tian, who was even more fragile than a newborn, fell for it. She caught a small cold and lay in bed for 7 days, never to wake up again. After she passed away, Gu Xiangwen, who was extremely thin, finally arrived at Xie Dezhao's home in France. But what greeted him was a black and white mourning hole. His beloved sister, who was only in her 20s, had already passed away. 27 years ago, at my wife's funeral, I beat him up and chased him away. I told him never to come back to my house. So you haven't contacted him in 27 years? Gu Nianji asked. Then he never came to see his own niece. It's useless even if he came. I never let him in. He still came for the first few years after my wife passed away, but I chased him away every time. He stopped coming and only sent birthday gifts to Qingying every year. Xie Dezhao paused, his voice carrying a trace of unease. But since 7 years ago, he hasn't sent birthday gifts to Qingying. Wasn't Gu Xiangwen's plane crash 7 years ago? Gu Xiangwen had become a vegetable, so he couldn't send birthday gifts to Xie Qingying anymore. Xie Dezhao didn't know why before, but now he knew why. It wasn't that Gu Xiangwen had given up, but that he couldn't move anymore. Gu Nianji slowly pieced together Xie Dezhao's words and what she knew about Gu Xiangwen's past to form a picture. Perhaps there were still missing parts, but those were minor details that didn't affect the clarity of the main story. Okay, the story is finished. May I ask, Lawyer Gu, what question do you want to ask? Jean Wani curled one corner of her lips and teased Gu Nianji with a fake smile. Gu Nianji looked up at her. Don't be in such a hurry. I'm about to get to it. Turning around, Gu Nianji said to the solemn judge, Your Honor, I've finished questioning the witness, Xie Dezhao. May his daughter, Xie Qingying, testify next. The judge raised his hand. Agreed. Gu Nianji motioned for Xie Qingying to sit at the witness stand. Gu Nianji didn't ask Xie Qingying to speak at length and only asked her a few questions. What's your name? Who are your father and mother? Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? Xie Qingying answered methodically that her name was Xie Qingying, her father, Xie Dezhao, and her mother, Gu Tian. She then took out her birth certificate, passport, and finally a DNA test. Gu Nianji took the DNA test from Xie Qingying and said, This DNA test can prove that Miss Xie Qingying is the biological daughter of Mr. Xie Dezhao and Ms. Gu Tian. Gu Yanran sighed in relief when she heard this. In the previous 3 trials, Gu Nianji had made her lose everything and almost lose all face. Luckily, this 4th time, Gu Nianji would be able to knock her down in one fell swoop. Gu Yanran was so excited that she couldn't sit still. Gu Nianji handed Xie Qingying's DNA test to the court and immediately took out 2 more DNA test certificates. Looking at the people in the courtroom, Gu Nianji's gaze landed on Gu Yanran. There are also 2 DNA test certificates here. One is the DNA test results of Ms. Xie Qingying and me, and the other is the DNA test results of the defendant Gu Yanran and Ms. Xie Qingying. These tests were done by the most authoritative hospital in the country and were certified by the most effective notary office. Everyone's eyes were drawn to Gu Nianji at the same time. These 2 DNA test certificates prove that Ms. Xie Qingying and I are related by blood, but Ms. Gu Yanran is not related to Ms. Xie Qingying at all. What? Jean Wani's expression changed and she jumped up. Objection. The plaintiff stole my client's DNA evidence without my client's consent. Okay, I'll get your client's consent now and retest her and Ms. Xie Qingying's DNA to see if they are related by blood. Ask your client if she agrees or not. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to take a step back and kick the ball back to Gu Yanran. However, Gu Yanran wasn't angry at all. She patted Jean Wani's hand lightly. "Wani, don't be anxious." "I'm not even anxious, so why are you anxious?" Gu Yanran finished speaking and stood up slowly. She raised her head and said, "Yes, Xie Qingying and I are not related by blood. That's not strange, because Gu Nianji is not related to my father by blood either." Gu Nianji immediately replied, "Yes, because that is your father, not mine." Gu Nianji emphasized the word your and took out the third DNA test certificate. This is the DNA test for Gu Xiangwen, who is in a vegetative state on the hospital bed, and Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian. The test results show that the two of them are not related by blood at all. They are not biological siblings. Therefore, I have sufficient reason to believe that the person in a vegetative state on the hospital bed right now is not my father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Yanran chuckled. "Are you sure?" It was the second night watch, and the monthly tickets had been delivered at 2,100 plus one night watch. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It was the third night watch at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 884. Gu Nianji had never seen Gu Yanran so confident before. Gu Nianji's heart sank, but she didn't show it on her face. After growing up with Hu Xiaoheng for so many years, Gu Nianji had learned the most important lesson: nothing ventured, nothing gained. Everyone in the Special Operations Forces was skilled and daring, so they were used to taking risks. Gu Nianji had been influenced by them and learned a few things. Gu Nianji knew that Gu Yanran had a trump card waiting for her when she saw how confident she was. She could also call for a timeout and stop Gu Yanran from speaking. But if she did that, she might never get the truth. Gu Nianji closed her eyes, and her expression became extremely determined. She raised her hand. "If the defendant has a different opinion, I'm all ears." Gu Yanran looked at her for a while and shook her head regretfully. She looked away and copied Gu Nianji's gaze to look at everyone in the courtroom. Everyone on Gu Nianji's side looked serious. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi were even more so. Their eyes were so piercing that they could almost see through Gu Yanran. Song Jining, who was sitting next to Ma Qiqi, was nervous but didn't seem worried. She just listened carefully. There was also Secretary Chow, but Secretary Chow had always been sitting upright and still. Let's just say that he was nervous. Everyone on Gu Yanran's side was so nervous that they almost couldn't breathe. She looked at everyone and smiled. She turned to the judge and said, "Your Honor, the plaintiff, Gu Nianji, said that my father's DNA is not related to Gu Tian and Xie Qingying's DNA, so my father is not Gu Xiangwen. Forgive me for being blunt, but I've never seen such an unreasonable logic that puts the cart before the horse." Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed. She really couldn't tell that Gu Yanran was so good at rebuking people this time. She clenched her fists and finally felt the excitement of meeting her match. Even Jean Wani gave Gu Yanran a thumbs up. Gu Yanran was even more confident. She lined up the 3 DNA reports that Gu Nianji had placed on the defendant's stand. "Your Honor, do you think you can prove that my father is not my father by simply using an outsider's DNA? That's ridiculous." Gu Yanran shook her head in disdain, her face full of contempt. Gu Nianji asked calmly, "So, what's your logical reasoning?" "As far as we're concerned, with too little evidence regarding Gu Xiangwen's identity, we can only use this indirect method to prove whether his identity is real or fake." "I understand what you mean by inference." Gu Yanran picked up Gu Tian and Gu Xiangwen's DNA test results. "But you only know part of it. You don't know the rest." "Oh. Then why don't you explain to everyone what you know about, too?" Gu Nianji pushed. At this time, her tone was like that of a TV program host. All he had to do was pass a microphone to Gu Yanran and shout, lights, cameras, get ready. Gu Yanran, tell me your story. Gu Yanran did not disappoint. She put down the DNA report and said, Gu Tian and Gu Xiangwen's DNA report shows that they are not related by blood. That's because Gu Tian was adopted. How could they be related by blood? Xie Dezhao was speechless. Xie Qingying was speechless. Gu Nianji was speechless. Everyone in the courtroom was speechless. For a moment, the already solemn courtroom fell into an abyss-like deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the occasional warm breeze from the central air conditioner could be heard, but it was even quieter. Gu Yanran was very satisfied with the shocking effect she had created. She did not speak to break the silence. She looked at everyone with a smile, as though she wanted to pay back all the suffering she had suffered at Gu Nianji's hands these past few days. Gu Nianji was the first to return to her senses. She immediately asked, "May I ask what evidence do you have?" "Evidence?" Gu Yanran chuckled softly and lazily raised her hand to tidy her wavy hair. "I think you've really lost your memory for too long. You've forgotten that we still have an aunt, you mean Gu Jing." Gu Nianji frowned. She had only heard Xie Dezhao mention Gu Jing once, and Xie Dezhao had also heard about her from Gu Tian. However, he had never met Gu Jing. The Gus had two daughters in the previous generation. One was Gu Tian, and the other was Gu Jing. Gu Yanran raised her hand to look at the manicure she had meticulously asked someone to do. She said nonchalantly, "Gu Tian is your cousin Xie's mother. She was adopted. My youngest aunt, Gu Jing, is the real biological daughter of the Gus." "Why do you say that?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. "Because Gu Jing was born with a genetic disorder. It was a congenital genetic deficiency. Not only did Gu Jing have it, but I did too. In order to treat her, my father, Gu Xiangwen, switched from a PhD in physics to a PhD in biomedicine. He wanted to find a way to save her. Gu Tian was adopted as an experiment to treat Gu Jing so that her bone marrow could be used to save Gu Jing in the future. In the end, Gu Tian fell in love with Xie Dezhao. She wanted to marry him and have children. She refused to donate her bone marrow to Gu Jing. That's why my father gave up on Gu Tian when she had a child." Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji with pity. "And you, Gu Nianji? You were also an orphan that my father, Gu Xiangwen, adopted in order to treat my illness. Unfortunately, you found out the truth when you were 12 and angrily sailed out to sea. I don't know what happened to you after that, but losing your memory was actually a good thing for you. You didn't have to face such an unbearable reality anymore." Although Gu Nianji had been mentally prepared when Xie Dezhao had told her that Gu Tian needed a bone marrow transplant, she still felt dizzy when she heard the truth come out of Gu Yanran's mouth. The ceiling seemed to be spinning, and her legs became limp. She felt like she was standing in mud. She couldn't hold on for much longer. She gripped the edge of the defendant's stand so tightly that the veins on the back of her hands popped. There was only one sentence in her mind. "I was an experiment for my father to experiment on new treatments? Was it? Was it?" Her bone marrow, her pain, all of it came from this. She didn't want to believe it, but it seemed like she had no choice. Gu Yanran kept staring at Gu Nianji. It was rare to see Gu Nianji in such a daze, and Gu Yanran was excited. "Aren't you smart? Aren't you a straight-A student? Look at you now. Don't you look like a stray dog? Now you understand why Gu Tian's DNA is different from my father's? She was adopted, so how can she be the same as my father? You actually used this evidence to prove that my father isn't Gu Xiangwen. That's the biggest joke in the world. Also, you were adopted, so your DNA is also different from my father's. Only me. Only I am my father's only biological daughter." Gu Nianji, don't be so greedy. Take the millions I gave you and go back to your school to study. Gu Yanran's slightly hoarse voice echoed in Gu Nianji's ears. It was as piercing as a knife grinding on sandpaper. As the sound entered her ears, she could almost feel a dull pain in her ears. The dull pain snapped her out of her trance. Her large, dark eyes gradually became clear and deep. It was like a starry night with countless secrets hidden in it. The stars twinkled, and no one could see the depths of the night sky. Gu Nianji released her grip on the defendant's table. Her mind flashed, and she caught a loophole in Gu Yanran's words. She said calmly, "Is that so? Since Gu Tian was adopted, and I am also adopted, then why am I related to Gu Tian and Gu Tian's daughter, Xie Qingying? Tell me, what's going on?" Was she saying that two random orphans from the orphanage were relatives? You must be kidding me. Gu Yanran was stunned. Her eyes darted around, and she smiled. You really want to know? Of course. This is because you are the illegitimate daughter of Gu Tian's biological sister. Gu Yanran smiled happily. Why else do you think my father adopted you? It's because you have the same genes as Gu Tian, so you can be used to treat my illness. Gu Nianji instinctively asked, Gu Tian's biological sister? Xie Dezhao was also very surprised. Gu Tian has a biological sister? I thought she only had Gu Jing as her sister. It seems like you know Gu Tian's biological sister very well. Gu Nianji used all her willpower to control her emotions and continued to ask Gu Yanran, "May I ask what her name is? Where does she live? How old is she now?" Gu Yanran ran her hand through her long, wavy hair and said nonchalantly, "How would I know? I heard it from my mommy." Gu Xiangwen adopted Gu Nianji, so Gu Yanran's mommy was also Gu Xiangwen's wife. She must know the whole story, right? That made sense. Gu Nianji was a bit confused. She felt like she had entered a dead end, or maybe she had hit a wall. She could clearly see a path ahead, but she couldn't go around it. She closed her eyes and finally said, "What evidence do you have to prove that Gu Tian was adopted?" Gu Yan ran through a document in a transparent plastic bag. "I knew you would want evidence. I don't have your adoption document, but Gu Tian's adoption document was something my mommy told me to keep in the bank's safety deposit box." Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to open it to see that it was an official adoption document in Japanese. There were also Mandarin and English translations. This is an adoption document handled by the Chiba Prefecture government in Japan. Your aunt, or rather, your aunt, Gu Tian, was adopted in Chiba Prefecture, Japan. She is Japanese. Gu Yanran finally finished the story and sat down to elegantly take a sip of water. Gu Nianji looked down at the adoption document carefully. She had taught herself Japanese before, so she knew katakana and hiragana. However, she hadn't reached the stage where she could read legal documents. She had read the Mandarin and English translations several times and confirmed that there were no problems. Gu Nianji showed the adoption document to Xie Dezhao. "Mr. Xie, look at the adopted person on this document. Is it your wife, Gu Tian?" Xie Dezhao also read it carefully. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the person on the document was indeed his wife, Gu Tian, so he had unknowingly married a Japanese woman. And Xie Qingying was half Japanese. Not only did Xie Dezhao's face turn pale, but even Xie Qingying covered her mouth. The Xies had ancestral teachings that forbade them from marrying a Japanese person to mess up their bloodline, and you, Gu Nianji, you might be a complete Japanese. Ha 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 ha. Gu Yanran laughed heartily. This was the happiest day she had been in so many years. All the sufferings and pain from before seemed to have been rewarded at this moment. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, thought nervously as Gu Yanran laughed. Logically, she admitted that there were almost no loopholes in Gu Yanran's story. But emotionally, she refused to admit that Gu Yanran was telling the truth. Gu Xiangwen didn't give her the feeling of a father to an adopted daughter who was used as an experiment. Also, Gu Xiangwen's feelings for Gu Tian didn't seem like that of an older brother to a stepsister who was used as an experiment. Logical reasoning could stand on its own, but when compared to emotional expression, it didn't make sense at all. Gu Nianji picked up Gu Tian's Japanese adoption document and read it carefully again. Gu Tian's original name was actually Kasahara Tenko. Gu Yanran was getting impatient and chattered on the side. It's useless even if you read it 100 times. I didn't want to say it to save you some face. But you were so overbearing and kept pressuring me. You even froze my own bank account. Since you've done this, don't blame me for retaliating. Gu Nianji ignored her and quickly finished reading the Japanese adoption document. Then she looked at the 3 DNA verification documents. Hu Xiaoheng had actually asked Chen Lai to make these 3 DNA verification documents for her. Not only did he make a detailed comparison, but he also did DNA sequencing. The latter wasn't something a normal DNA verification agency would provide, but Hu Xiaoheng was used to doing everything in detail so that the evidence was irrefutable. Therefore, he asked Chen Lai to do the DNA sequencing. Gu Nianji quietly flipped to the last page of the verification documents and read the summary of the DNA sequencing. Suddenly, her gaze froze as she stared at the DNA sequencing data listed by Chen Lai. Plaintiff, do you have anything else to say? The judge reminded Gu Nianji with some regret. The court couldn't waste any more time. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said to the judge, "Please give me 5 minutes. I'll look up the information and give you an answer immediately." Gu Nianji remembered a piece of news she had seen not long ago. Although it was only a flash, it would be of great help to her case today. The judge looked at his watch. "Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes." It was only 5 minutes. Gu Yanran and Jean Wani didn't care. They could afford to wait. Jean Wani's heart was finally relieved when she used her final trump card. She looked at Gu Yanran with admiration. She didn't expect Gu Yanran to have this trick up her sleeve. It looked like she had been preparing for a long time, otherwise, how could she even have Gu Tian's adoption papers? No matter how many times she said it, it wouldn't be as effective as a legal document like this. It would be great if she could have Gu Nianji's adoption papers. Jean Wani's hands were itching. Gu Nianji turned on her computer and began to quickly search for information. He Zhichu couldn't bear to hear this from the public gallery. He got up and walked to Gu Nianji's side to remind her. He asked quietly, "What are you looking for?" Gu Nianji didn't even look up and opened the page for He Zhichu to see. He Zhichu originally wanted to give Gu Nianji some other hints, but when he saw the information she found and Gu Yanran's superfluous adoption papers, he couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, do what you want." He Zhichu slowly returned to the public gallery and sat down. Gu Nianji had already taken out the information she found and said to the judge, "Your Honor, can I borrow the projector again?" The judge nodded and asked someone to connect her to the projector. Gu Nianji opened the page she had just found and said, "Everyone, please take a look. This is the genetic map of East Asians obtained by the International Genetic Sequencing Organization." The projector displayed a column graph. East Asians have 3 main types of genetic makeup: O, M175, Asian gene; DYAP, black dwarf gene; C, M130, brown dwarf gene. As for the Chinese among East Asians, which is the main ethnic group in the Xia Empire, they are the purest race in the world with only O, M175 Asian gene. As for the Japanese, they only have 54% O, M175 Asian gene, 35% DYAP black dwarf gene, and 9% C, M130 brown dwarf gene. Let's look at the DNA sequencing in these 3 DNA test reports. Gu Nianji took out her phone and scanned the page of the 3 DNA test reports. Everyone can see very clearly that Gu Tian's DNA sequencing does not have the DYAP black dwarf gene and CM130 brown dwarf gene unique to the Japanese. She only has the OM175 Asian gene. Xie Qingying's DNA sequencing also does not have the DYAP black dwarf gene and CM130 brown dwarf gene unique to the Japanese. She only has the OM175 Asian gene. This is my DNA sequencing. It also does not have the DYAP black dwarf gene and CM130 brown dwarf gene unique to the Japanese. She only has the OM175 Asian gene. From this DNA sequencing, Gu Tian, Xie Qingying, and I do not have the unique Japanese genes. Therefore, the 3 of us cannot be Japanese. Of course, if you want to talk about nationality or naturalization, that is another matter. Let's look at the following. Gu Nianji played the DNA sequencing of Gu Yanran and her father. Do you see it? The DNA sequencing of Gu Yanran and her father clearly shows 54% OM175 Asian gene, 35% DYAP black dwarf gene, and 9% CM130 brown dwarf gene. This is the same as the DNA sequencing of the International Genetic Organization. Therefore, only Gu Yanran and her father, who is in a vegetative state on the bed pretending to be Gu Xiangwen, are truly pure Japanese. Gu Nianji's clear voice was like a dose of good medicine. It lifted everyone's spirits. Although not many people have seen Gu Xiangwen in person, all the information shows that Gu Xiangwen is Chinese. He does not have Japanese genes. Therefore, Gu Yanran, you can save your story. The vegetative state on the bed that you used to pretend to be Gu Xiangwen is your biological father. He is Japanese. And you are also Japanese. Also, you can't cover up the truth just by telling it the other way around. If the story you just told was completely reversed, I believe it would not be far from the truth, right? Miss Kasahara Naoko. Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji like she was looking at a ghost. All the blood drained from her face in an instant. Her eyes were wide open, and her eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Her legs trembled, and she slumped onto the chair. She could not believe that the evidence they had painstakingly prepared for so many years had been completely destroyed by Gu Nianji's DNA sequencing. This was the 3rd chapter. It was a large chapter of 5,300 words, including the monthly tickets of 2,400 in advance. It could be counted as the 4th chapter today. I know that if I don't finish this plot, my dear friends will not be able to sleep tonight. Are you satisfied, dear friends? Mwah. Hurry up and cast your monthly and recommendation votes. I've already added chapters in advance. Chapter 885. As soon as Gu Nianji finished speaking, the quiet courtroom erupted into a round of applause. The people in the gallery all stood up and clapped enthusiastically for Gu Nianji. It was as if she wasn't a lawyer defending herself, but a triumphant hero, a star on the stage. She used her outstanding abilities to win everyone's praise. Yin Shixiang shouted, "Nianji! Good job!" She managed to turn the tables around. How could she come back from death's door? When he heard Gu Yanran's flawless story, even Yin Shixiang, who knew the inside story, believed it. He still remembered his brain crashing for a moment. There was only one voice in his ears. Oh no! Nianji is Japanese. Leak! Leak! Major leak! Then, like a stroke of genius, Gu Nianji used a specific piece of the Japanese genome to refute Gu Yanran's lies. Yin Shixiang finally felt alive again. Ma Qiqi couldn't help whistling. Nianji, Nianji, I love you. Song Jining, who had always been calm and composed, also smiled and loved Gu Nianji even more. Secretary Chow also stood up and clapped louder than anyone else. This time, he was determined to get Gu Nianji into the Secretariat of the Supreme Military Council. He couldn't miss out on a talent like her. He planned to write an internal reference for General Ji as soon as the hearing ended. He Jichu didn't stand up, but his shimmering, sultry eyes stared at Gu Nianji. There was no one else but her in his eyes. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he looked at her intently. His eyes were very gentle. Xie Qingying was the one who felt the most relieved. She couldn't bear the possibility that she was Japanese. If she really was, she and her father would probably be banished by the Xies. Luckily, Gu Nianji was able to wash away Gu Yanran's slander with a few words. In that instant, Xie Qingying's feelings for Gu Nianji improved a lot. Xie Dezhao was even more grateful and treated Gu Nianji like a relative. Even the spectators on Gu Yanran's side applauded. One of the bodyguards was so fascinated that he couldn't help clapping for Gu Nianji. Mrs. James, Gu Yanran's housekeeper, turned around and glared at the bodyguard. The bodyguard, who had forgotten himself, rubbed his nose and did not clap with her. The judge leaned back in his high-backed chair and chuckled. After a while, he raised his hand to silence the applause from Gu Nianji's side and pretended to be stern. No noise in the courtroom. After a pause, he added, "Just this once." Yin Shixiang and the others laughed and sat down, no longer applauding. Jin Wani was so angry that she fell backwards. Gu Nianji had given her another fatal blow. This time, it was in a situation that she thought was foolproof. Did she have to avoid Gu Nianji every time she saw her in court? You, what are you talking about? What DNA sequencing? Gu Yanran's forehead was sweating profusely, and her entire body was trembling. Even her voice was trembling. She grabbed Jin Wani, who was next to her, like she was clutching onto her last life-saving straw. She was extremely anxious. Wani, quickly refute. Was she spouting nonsense? They're all Asians, how can there be such a difference? In terms of appearance, there was no difference between the Japanese and the Chinese at all. Gu Nianji flipped through Gu Tian's adoption document provided by Gu Yanran and twirled the paper with her hand. She smiled. This document is quite old. Looks like when you prepared this adoption document, DNA sequencing was far from what it is now. Or rather, people back then didn't know that Japanese people had their own DNA that was different from the main ethnic groups in the Huaxia Empire. That saying is right. Science and technology are the first productive forces. Gu Nianji was humorous. You have to keep up with the times even if you want to scheme. Otherwise, the development of technology will expose you instantly. Look, isn't this a blatant example? Don't be so smug. Gu Yanran was exasperated. She could no longer maintain her poise and elegance. Like a cornered beast, she grabbed the defendant's chair and stood up again. You're lying. My father is Japanese. I didn't say your father wasn't Japanese. Look, the DNA sequencing has already proven it. Gu Nianji used a laser pointer to point at Gu Yanran and the vegetable's DNA sequence. I said my father, Gu Xiangwen, is Japanese. Gu Yanran almost shouted. So your inference is not valid. Oh. Is that so? Gu Nianji was calm and spoke to Gu Yanran like she was playing with a cat or a dog. But Kevin Ku used the identity of a Chinese person when he published his thesis. Do you want me to show you how he was introduced in the top international magazines? Gu Yanran was so shocked she couldn't speak. Gu Nianji didn't give her any more time to think. She took a step forward and approached Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran, do you know why Gu Xiangwen can't be Japanese? It's because of this. Gu Nianji held up the so-called Japanese adoption document that Gu Yanran had given her. If she hadn't seen the Japanese adoption document, Gu Nianji wouldn't have been able to immediately connect the DNA sequencing results to race. However, the Japanese adoption document was like a bridge that connected two pieces of originally unrelated evidence in Gu Nianji's mind. In order to frame Gu Tian, you didn't hesitate to use this adoption document from Chiba Prefecture to prove that Gu Tian is Japanese and was adopted. What does this mean? This means that the Gus may have adopted a Japanese girl back then. Because it would be too easy to find out if the adoption document was made up out of nothing. However, if it was just a false identity, it would be much easier to lie. Also, the adoption document has the nationality and race of the adopter. It's too late for you to say Gu Xiangwen is Japanese now. The adoption document issued by Japan's Qianyang province clearly stated that the adopter was a Chinese, not a Japanese. This is the most powerful evidence. Gu Yanran was defeated by this detail. She collapsed on the chair, her expression blank and almost drooling. I'm guessing what you did back then. You must have used some means to change Gu Jing's adoption document to Gu Tian's name and identity. They should be around the same age and have the same blood type. That way, you only needed to bribe a small bureaucrat in Chiba Prefecture to change the name. You didn't even need to bribe him. You only needed to find an opportunity to say that Gu Jing changed her name, and you would be able to change her name openly. If you don't believe me, we can check with the Chiba Prefecture to see if Shizuko Kasahara requested to change her name. The adoption documents from 30 to 40 years ago were not standard. There were too many things that could be manipulated. After Gu Tian passed away and Gu Xiangwen got into trouble, you thought that you could use this method to exclude Gu Tian's family in order to replace my identity. That way, even if I found Gu Tian's family to testify for me, you could use this altered adoption document to slap me in the face. Isn't that right? This was why Gu Yanran was no longer afraid when she heard that Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying were witnesses. Instead, she was calm. But you didn't expect that with the development of technology, things like DNA sequencing and the human genome would appear. When I used DNA sequencing to prove that Gu Tian was definitely not Japanese, your lies fell apart. Then, the Japanese girl that the Gu family adopted must have been someone else. What you're using is the same method you used to deal with me. You're saying that all my experiences and identity are yours, and then you're planting your own experiences and identity on me. If the Gu family really adopted a Japanese girl back then, and this Japanese girl wasn't Gu Tian, then who was she? I think the answer is already obvious. The Gu family only had two daughters in the previous generation, Gu Tian and Gu Jing. If Gu Tian wasn't, then it could only be Gu Jing. Gu Jing was the Japanese girl that the Gu family adopted. Gu Nianji's words made Gu Yanran's face pale. Her face was full of fear and panic, as if she was mentally retarded. Gu Nianji reconstructed the entire incident in her mind. As she narrated, she organized the sequence of events. According to the defendant, Gu Yanran, many years ago, the Gu family gave birth to a daughter named Gu Tian. However, Gu Tian had a congenital disease. In order to treat her, the Gu family found a girl who could give her a bone marrow transplant. That girl was Shizuko Kasahara. For some reason, the Gu family adopted this Japanese girl and changed her name to Gu Jing. However, when Gu Tian and Gu Jing grew up and got married, Gu Jing left the Gu family when they needed Gu Jing's help. This was probably the reason why Gu Xiangwen didn't make it in time even though he promised to save his sister. This happened 27 years ago. Because Gu Jing left, Gu Tian's bone marrow transplant failed, and she passed away early. And Gu Jing probably didn't have a good life after leaving the Gu family for a few years. She had an illegitimate daughter, the defendant, Gu Yanran. She probably couldn't continue living outside, heard that Gu Tian had died, or did it for her daughter. Anyway, she came back to the Gu family and Gu Xiangwen, begging him to adopt her. Gu Yanran's eyes narrowed when she heard that. Almost reflexively, she recovered from her daze and stood up to shout, "Nonsense! Gu Jing isn't my mommy. I'm nonsense. Then do you dare to do a DNA comparison test with Gu Jing? To see if you two are mother and daughter?" Gu Nianji snorted at Gu Yanran's cowardly act. As soon as Gu Yanran heard that she was going to do a DNA comparison test with Gu Jing, she became mute again. "Don't talk to me about Gu Jing's sister anymore. I don't believe it. If Gu Jing has a sister, and her illegitimate daughter can undergo a bone marrow transplant, then Gu Jing's sister can too. She might even be more suitable than Gu Jing. If that's the case, the Gu family will definitely adopt both of them and not just one. Do you know the theory that all eggs can't be put in the same basket? The truth is, the Gu family only adopted Gu Jing, which means only Gu Jing is suitable. If Gu Jing has a sister, then her sister is definitely not suitable. The possibility of her sister's child being suitable is even lower. Then as Gu Jing's sister's illegitimate daughter, Gu Yanran couldn't be adopted. After all, Gu Xiangwen wasn't doing charity work or running an orphanage. But the truth was, other than Gu Jing, Gu Yanran was also adopted. According to Gu Yanran, it should be for the same reason. So there was only one reason that made sense now. Gu Yanran was Gu Jing's illegitimate daughter. This way, mother and daughter had the same genes, so they could help two generations of the Gu family's daughters match and undergo a bone marrow transplant. Gu Nianji came to this conclusion purely based on logical reasoning to prove that the so-called Gu Jing sister was a fake character that Gu Yanran made up at the last minute to cover up the loopholes. Gu Yanran panicked and only wanted to refute, but Gu Jing died many years ago. She was cremated, and her ashes were thrown into the sea. How are you going to test? Gu Nianji paused in surprise. You know Gu Jing's ashes were thrown into the sea. When did that happen? Gu Yanran immediately shut her mouth. Gu Nianji waited for a while. Seeing that Gu Yanran didn't continue, she didn't force her. She said calmly, "Actually, now that Gu Jing's identity is confirmed, it's much easier to investigate. Even if her ashes were thrown into the sea, she grew up in the Gu family." The Gu family was originally a well-to-do family in France, and they had the habit of visiting family doctors and dentists for their children. When we find Gu Jing's dentist and family doctor, what records would we need? Blood samples and dental records could all be backed up by family doctors and dentists. As long as they had these two things, wouldn't a DNA test be a matter of minutes? Gu Yanran's eyes flashed, and her murderous intent rose. Gu Nianji saw through her thoughts and shook her head. Enough, Gu Yanran. Don't think about killing everyone who knows your identity. There are so many people in the world, and there are many who know your and Gu Jing's identities. Can you kill them all? Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji like she had been struck by lightning. She hugged her head and shouted, "You're not human. You're not human. You're a ghost. You're a ghost." Otherwise, how could he be able to deduce so much about what had happened back then? This was the first update of 3,800 words. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes of 2,400 plus updates had been added yesterday. The second update at 7 p.m. Moi. P.S. Thank you to the leader, I am Rashi, for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader, Fish G, for tipping 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader, I am Xian, and Heaven's Beggar, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader, Sing_Sing, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Thank you for your generous rewards. Chapter 886. Gu Nianji saw this and stepped forward to stand in front of Gu Yanran. She said loudly, "Yes, I am a ghost. I've come to seek revenge on behalf of those you've murdered." As soon as he said that, Gu Yanran actually screamed. She seemed to be unable to withstand the heavy pressure and fainted. Jin Wani quickly asked the judge, "Your Honor, my client was threatened by the plaintiff and fainted. Please find a doctor for us." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. "In court, under the national emblem, you're saying I threatened her? There are so many people here. Tell me, what did I say to threaten her?" Jin Wani suppressed her anger and ignored Gu Nianji. She held the back of Gu Yanran's head and kept soothing her. Gu Yanran was only furious and quickly came to her senses. However, as soon as he saw Gu Nianji, he couldn't help but reveal a frightened expression. He didn't even dare to look Gu Nianji in the eye. Gu Nianji shrugged. "I've done too many shameful things. It's too late for regrets now." Gu Yanran woke up, so Gu Nianji continued to question her. "Since the vegetative Gu Xiangwen on the bed was fake, where did the real Gu Xiangwen go? Did you murder him?" "I didn't." Gu Yanran had completely broken down. "I didn't kill him. I didn't. I didn't." She could only say these few words over and over again, her eyes staring blankly. Maybe it was because her dream of many years had been shattered, and she couldn't take it anymore. At this point, the trial could no longer continue, and there was no need for a retrial. For the sake of the Gu family's inheritance, Gu Yanran had created a fake Gu Xiangwen who had been in a vegetative state for 7 years. Moreover, this person was her biological father. Just this fact alone made Gu Nianji feel terrified. The judge combined all the evidence and the court records before finally pronouncing the verdict. Gu Nianji versus Gu Yanran for the inheritance. Because the owner of the property, Gu Xiangwen, has been missing for 7 years, the case should be considered dead. The court will use Gu Xiangwen's death as a reason to send a letter to the executor of Lawyer Vanderbilt's estate in America to inquire if Gu Xiangwen's will is in Vanderbilt's estate. If there is, please disclose it to the court. At the same time, freeze all the assets of the Gu family and announce to the world that Gu Xiangwen is dead. After 6 months, if there are no objections, Gu Nianji will inherit all the remaining assets of the Gu family. On the other hand, Gu Yanran was involved in Gu Nianji's accident in Germany and was suspected of murder. She was also involved in the murder of the entire Gu family in Barbados, so Gu Nianji reported her again. Not only was she stripped of her inheritance rights, but she was also imprisoned by the court. Of course, it was also because the Special Operations Forces had discovered that she was in close contact with the Japanese, so there was no way they would let her go. Jin Wani watched the dejected Gu Yanran being taken away by the bailiff. Her heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Gu Yanran would definitely not receive the rest of the payment from her lawyer. Gu Yanran had nothing left, and it was very likely that she would be charged with murder. The bodyguards, housekeepers, and accountants who served Gu Yanran were also dumbfounded. If their employer was taken away just like that, how were they going to survive? These people ran out, hoping that Gu Yanran would give them an explanation. In the blink of an eye, half of the people in the courtroom had fled. Gu Nianji sat in the plaintiff's seat. Her heart, which had been beating wildly all day, finally calmed down. This trial had been like running a marathon. Gu Nianji had also reached the limits of her physical and mental strength. She had been full of herself when she was criticizing Gu Yanran earlier, but now that the case was over, her energy was gone. She realized that her legs were so sore that she couldn't even walk. She could only sit there and pretend to be packing as she greeted her own people. The first person to walk over was Secretary Chow. He shook Gu Nianji's hand enthusiastically and was very excited. "Nianji, today was even more exciting than the previous few times. I didn't misjudge you. Study hard and contact me when you have time. Let's talk about your future after graduation. How about that? Gu Nianji didn't expect Secretary Chow to actually want to recruit her. Although she had never thought about working in the military after graduation, this was undoubtedly a very good opportunity. She nodded politely and said politely, "Thank you, Secretary Chow. I'll contact you when I have time." After Secretary Chow left, Song Jining walked over and patted Gu Nianji's head. She was very fond of her. "Nianji, the lawsuit is over. What's your next plan?" "I recently bought a house. Why don't you come over for a meal with Xiaoheng when you have time?" Gu Nianji's face froze from smiling. She nodded repeatedly. Sure. I'll go when I have time." Song Jining praised her again. "You have a very good memory. You're very adaptable." The complete genetic map of East Asians was only released the day before yesterday. It was only mentioned in an inconspicuous place on the news. "I didn't expect you to actually see it." Not only did she see it, but she also remembered it. She could even link it to her lawsuit and use the data to convince Gu Yanran's side that they had lost. Gu Nianji was embarrassed by the compliment. She whispered, "I just happened to see that piece of news." Actually, she had seen people arguing under that piece of news on the internet. In the end, everyone had asked questions about the Japanese race. As a child online, Gu Nianji had watched the whole process with great interest. That was why she remembered it clearly. When Gu Yanran superfluously took out a Japanese adoption document and claimed that Gu Tian and Gu Nianji were both Japanese, it ignited Gu Nianji's memory. It also made her connect that piece of news to the DNA sequencing data in her DNA report. The DNA sequencing data in the report only showed the percentages of various gene segments. It didn't say what the percentages represented. That was because the complete genetic map of East Asians hadn't been completed when Chen Lai did the sequencing. After the complete genetic map of East Asians was completed, everyone discovered that the majority of the Hua Xia Empire, the Chinese, had 95% OM175 Asian genes. They were truly pure Asians. The Mongolians weren't the representatives of Asians. The Chinese were. It was this piece of news that made Gu Nianji's blood boil. It left a deep impression. Song Jining discussed a few more genetic issues with her before leaving in satisfaction. Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying walked over to thank her. "Nianji, this is my business card. You must call me when you have time. No matter what, I'm your uncle, and Qingying is your cousin. She's your only family." Xie Dezhao already considered himself Gu Nianji's elder. This was the only relative of his beloved wife, Gu Tian. Without her parents, Xie Dezhao felt like he was part of Gu Nianji's family. Xie Qingying also gave Gu Nianji a business card. Holding her hand, she said, "Nianji, I'll go to your school in 2 days. Let's go have dinner together and get to know each other better." "Okay, cousin." Gu Nianji smiled sweetly at Xie Qingying. She turned and nodded at Xie Dezhao. "Thank you, uncle." After Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying left, Yin Shixiang walked over with a smile and knocked on her desk. "Nianji, you're quite a big shot. You didn't even move when Secretary Chow was talking to you." Gu Nianji could only smile bitterly. She was too embarrassed to tell Yin Shixiang that her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand. Ma Chichi smiled and pushed Yin Shixiang away. "What are you talking about? Our Nianji is the best. Aren't you treating them like outsiders by sitting there talking?" Gu Nianji laughed and chased them away. Go. You guys go back first. I'll leave after I finish packing." Yin Shixiang was also in a hurry to go back and report. He knew Gu Nianji had come with He Chu. "Then we'll go first. Go back and call Hua Xiao." The lawsuit was over, so Hu Shaoheng didn't need to avoid suspicion anymore. Gu Nianji still said the same thing. Okay. I'll call when I'm free. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi also left. The junior assistant from the Senate looked at Gu Nianji and walked over to praise her. You're really amazing. Good luck. Then he turned to leave. Only Gu Nianji and He Zhichu were left in the empty courtroom. He Zhichu finally walked over slowly and knelt down on one knee in front of her. He didn't ask her and pressed her knee gently with one hand. It was as if he knew she couldn't stand. Gu Nianji looked at He Zhichu in shock. Professor He. Are your legs so weak that you can't stand? He Zhichu asked calmly. Gu Nianji nodded. How did you know? I've had this kind of experience before. He Zhichu's voice was a bit erratic. It was that day, when he watched Gu Nianji drive away in a car right in front of his eyes. Looking back, that time exhausted all of his energy. He fell to the ground and sat in a wheelchair for 6 months. Gu Nianji's injuries weren't as serious as his, but they were the same. As He Zhichu massaged Gu Nianji's knees and calves, Gu Nianji told him about the case. Professor He, Gu Yanran was able to do so many things over such a long period of time. I think there's at least a team behind her. Of course. He Zhichu analyzed casually. Think about it. Where did she transfer the Gu family's money to? Whoever profited the most was the biggest suspect. This was a very simple cause and effect relationship, and it had been proven many times in tracking crimes. You mean the Japanese Angels on Earth charity organization? What do you think? Who else? Gu Nianji had already thought about it. Professor He, I want to entrust your American law firm to be my representative to pursue the $15 billion that Gu Yanran defrauded from the Japanese Angels on Earth charity organization. He Zhichu laughed when he heard that. He raised his hand to rub Gu Nianji's head. You have a good plan. Did I teach you that? It's common sense. Gu Nianji's eyelashes fluttered, and she was also a bit mischievous. Everyone in the world knows that the Americans are the Japanese's daddy. So when it comes to collecting debts, daddy has to step in to get twice the result with half the effort. If she was the one fighting this lawsuit, the Japanese would be much more likely to look down on her. Because to make the Japanese organization and bank cough up the huge amount of money, the Americans really had to step in. He Zhichu nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll call them when I get back and tell them that I got them a big deal. The subject matter was $15 billion. How could it not be a big deal? Gu Nianji's plan was to pursue the money donated to the Japanese charity organization and have the American law firm step in. As for pursuing the money donated to Prime Minister Tan, Gu Nianji planned to ask He Zhichu to send a lawyer's letter. She didn't believe that Prime Minister Tan and his wife would dare to fight a lawsuit against her while they were being impeached. He Zhichu massaged Gu Nianji's knees for a long time before Gu Nianji could stand up with the help of the table. However, it was still very difficult for her to walk on her own. He Zhichu simply held her arm and half supported and half carried her out. Walking out of the courthouse, Gu Nianji immediately saw a Hongqi sedan with military plates parked on the side of the street in front of the courthouse. It wasn't the one that Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying had taken that morning. It was a license plate that she hadn't seen before. She was just wondering if it was Hu Shaoheng when she saw the car door open and Zhao Liangzi get out. He waved at Nianji. Nianji, I specially came to pick you up. As he spoke, he gave her a look to indicate that Hu Shaoheng was sitting in the car. This was the 3,400 words of the second chapter. Oh, there were 2 chapters today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 887. A bulletproof black sedan with a red flag was quietly parked on the side of the road. The trees on the side of the road stretched out their bare branches, slanting against the blue sky and white clouds. The dusky yellow sunset of the imperial capital in winter was a round duck egg yolk hanging in the sky. The rays of the setting sun were like a thin blanket, covering the ordinary-looking red flag sedan. However, the red flag sedan had its own aura. When it appeared in the imperial capital, it was often more eye-catching than those world-class luxury cars worth millions. Gu Nianji looked at the motionless red flag sedan and gritted her teeth as she stood up. Her legs were so weak that they were about to float, but when she saw the car, she thought of the man in the car who was as immovable as a mountain. She didn't want to be looked down upon by him. Therefore, even though she was exhausted, she still instantly put on her armor and armed herself. He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji's change in expression coldly and sighed internally. Nianji, what's wrong? Zhao Liangzi walked over to them. Is the lawsuit over? Gu Nianji stood by the large iron gates of the courthouse and nodded. Her face was glaringly pale and drained of all color. Zhao Liangzi was more attentive than Yin Shixiang. As soon as he walked closer, he noticed Gu Nianji's strange behavior. Without batting an eyelid, he reached out his hand and held her right arm, shifting most of her body weight over to him. Professor He, thank you for your trouble. We have some information to ask Nianji. Can you let her come with us first? Zhao Liangzi asked politely to He Jichu, his eyes lingering on He Jichu's grip on Gu Nianji's left arm. He Jichu glanced at Gu Nianji and asked calmly, Nianji, do you want to go with him? If Gu Nianji didn't want to, He Jichu wouldn't let Zhao Liangzi take Gu Nianji away. Gu Nianji hesitated. She was indeed very tired today and didn't want to brush anyone off. She just wanted to go back to her dorm, soak in a hot bath, and sleep for a day and night. However, Gu Yanran's case had more implications than she had expected. Hu Xiaoheng was probably looking for her for official business. I'll go for a bit and call Professor He when I come back tonight. Gu Nianji gave He Jichu a pleading look. He Jichu slowly let go of her and placed his hands behind his back. Okay, go ahead. If you don't call me at 11 p.m., I'll call you until you get back to your dorm. He looked at his watch. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Gu Nianji nodded gratefully. Okay, Professor He. I'll be going now. Zhao Liangzi felt a weight on his hand. Gu Nianji's body seemed to have lost all strength. She was limp and looked like she would slide to the ground at any moment. What was going on? It was as if they had been marching in the army for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Zhao Liangzi had always treated Gu Nianji like his own sister, so he didn't care to avoid arousing suspicion. He leaned forward slightly and bent over in front of Gu Nianji. Nianji, come up. He was going to carry her. Gu Nianji couldn't have asked for more. Her legs really couldn't stand anymore. She didn't hesitate to lie on Zhao Liangzi's back and let him carry her. He Jichu silently watched Zhao Liangzi carry Gu Nianji to the red flag bulletproof car. His eyes were slightly worried. Zhao Liangzi opened the car door and put Gu Nianji down from his back. He watched her move into the car before closing the door and walking back to the front passenger seat. After closing the door, the people inside started the car. The square red flag bulletproof car sped away under the winter sun. He Jichu squinted at it for a while before walking alone to the courthouse's underground parking lot. He got out of the car and slammed on the accelerator. His car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The horsepower was instantly revved and the speed was off the charts. Gu Nianji got into the car and saw Hu Xiaoheng sitting on the other side of the back seat. His tall figure immediately made her feel like the car was too small. Actually, it was just her imagination. The car was actually very spacious. It wasn't any worse than those world-renowned luxury cars. She sat on the other side of the back door. There was still a seat's distance between her and Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng looked like he had just come out of the conference room. He was still wearing a crisp navy blue military uniform with a brown leather belt around his waist. It made his waist look strong and his shoulders even broader. On his feet was a pair of autumn and winter riding boots. His long legs filled the empty space in front of the seat. Gu Nianji carefully avoided his long legs and found a suitable place to sit. She tried her best not to get close to him. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He quietly watched Gu Nianji sit far away from him. His eyes lingered on her legs in a suit for a moment. She wore a long, slim coat that fell a little above her knees and revealed a section of her calves. Gu Nianji felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She greeted him sheepishly, "Hu Xiao, what's up?" Hu Xiaoheng looked away and said dryly, "Drive." The driver was Hu Xiaoheng's orderly, Fan Jian. Soon, the red flag bulletproof car left the Imperial Capital High Court and drove to Gu Nianji's house in the Hepingli district. This was also the direction of her school. Gu Nianji discovered that the car was heading in the direction of her school. She relaxed and suddenly felt sleepy. When Gu Nianji woke up, she found that her vision was pitch black. She couldn't see anything. She panicked and felt a kind of absent-mindedness and nervousness, not knowing what day it was. A large hand patted her gently on the back at just the right time. Gu Nianji finally snapped back to reality. She found that she was leaning against a broad chest. Her hands were still holding onto someone's collar. She was curled up in someone's arms like a little baby. She immediately tried to push the person away. A low and soft laugh came from above her head. It was like a breeze blowing across the surface of the water, causing ripples. It was so good it was killing her. She remembered that before she fell asleep, she had gotten into Hu Xiaoheng's car. The chest she was using as a pillow was familiar and warm. Who else could it be but Hu Xiaoheng? Gu Nianji struggled to get off his lap. Hu Xiaoheng's hand closed around her. Gu Nianji couldn't move. She didn't dare move too much. Fan Jian and Zhao Liangzhou were still in the front seat, right? Hu Xiaoheng saw that she wasn't moving. He held one of her hands and slid it across his face. It was like she was caressing his cheek. Of course, his skin wasn't as soft and smooth as a woman's, but the warmth and elasticity unique to men made Gu Nianji's palm heat up. She tried her best to calm herself down and said, "How did I fall asleep? Did I delay Hu Xiaoheng's business?" Hu Xiaoheng's hand paused. He didn't answer the question. Exhausted. She was indeed exhausted. After sleeping, Gu Nianji found that her symptoms didn't improve. They seemed to have gotten worse. How long did I sleep? 3 hours. This meant that it was already past 8 in the evening. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. That long? Why didn't you wake me up? I asked little Zay and little Fan to go back. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Go up. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Gu Nianji was speechless. Didn't you want to ask me about the situation? Gu Nianji realized that she had been tricked again. Hu Xiaoheng didn't answer her. He opened the side door and got out. He bent over and carried Gu Nianji horizontally. He was so tall and strong that he walked steadily with her in his arms. Soon, the two of them went straight upstairs from the underground parking lot to the front door of the second-hand house Gu Nianji had bought. It was dark, and the neighbors' doors were tightly shut. Only light spilled out from the cracks in the door. Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji into her house and closed the door behind him. He also turned on the lights in the living room. Gu Nianji hadn't been here for a while, so it actually felt a bit unfamiliar. I'll go turn on the water. You take a bath first. Come out for dinner after. It won't be too late to talk business after that. Hu Xiaoheng arranged everything so well that Gu Nianji couldn't find a chance to refuse. After all, he still had to talk business after a bath and dinner. Gu Nianji agreed and was carried to the bathroom by Hu Xiaoheng. He sat on the round stool in the bathroom. He filled the bathtub with water and sprinkled some rose essential oil and bath salts. A steaming bathtub of rose essential oil bathwater was ready. Gu Nianji couldn't wait to soak in. Hu Xiaoheng closed the bathroom door and left. Gu Nianji used the bathroom wall to walk step by step to the side of the bathtub. She took off her clothes and flipped into the water. It was so comfortable that she closed her eyes. After the bath, Gu Nianji found that her strength had finally returned. Although her legs were still sore, they were no longer in a state where she couldn't walk. Gu Nianji changed into her two-piece pink coral cashmere bathrobe and wrapped her head up. She pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. The aroma of food wafted from the direction of the dining room. Gu Nianji practically followed the fragrance to find it. In the dining room, Hu Xiaoheng was sitting at the dining table with a newspaper in his hand. He was quietly flipping through it. His handsome face practically glowed under the light. Gu Nianji gulped and forced herself to look away. She looked at the dining table. There were 4 side dishes on the table. One was green stir-fried hollandaise beans, one was yellow shredded potatoes with vinegar, one was fried prawns with salt and pepper, and one was red shredded pork in Beijing sauce. There was a small plate of flatbread on the side for wrapping the shredded pork, green onions, and cucumber. In the middle was a blue and white porcelain soup bowl with a lid. She didn't know what kind of soup it was. Seeing her come in, Hu Xiaoheng opened the lid of the soup bowl. It was actually a very nourishing bowl of black-bone chicken ginseng, wolfberry, and mushroom soup. The soup was clear and fresh, and the taste was so delicious it could make one's eyebrows drop. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to sit at the table and reach out to ladle a bowl of soup for herself. Hu Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he said calmly, "Drink slowly. It's all yours. What's the rush?" Gu Nianji was so hungry that her stomach was rumbling. She completely ignored him and drank a bowl of soup first, then ladled another bowl before slowing down. She stirred the soup slowly with the blue and white porcelain spoon and raised her eyebrows. "This is the business matter Hu Xiao wanted to discuss with me. I said eat first, then talk about business." Hu Xiaoheng poured a small bowl of rice for her. Gu Nianji refused to eat, so Hu Xiaoheng poured another spoonful of soup for her. She only took it and ate the rice and the soup. On a winter night, eating a bowl of hot and fragrant rice in the soup could soothe one's internal organs that had been tense all day. "Why aren't you eating?" Gu Nianji ate a few mouthfuls and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng took the bowl and chopsticks and also started eating. His eating posture was very elegant and graceful. It was obvious that he had been carefully trained since he was young. It was completely different from his aggressive style of doing things. Gu Nianji's eating manners were also trained by Hu Xiaoheng. The two of them finished their meal very tacitly. The unfamiliarity and alienation between them seemed to have gradually faded away. Gu Nianji was happy for one moment, but she was secretly groaning in her heart. It was this kind of boiling a frog in warm water routine that made it impossible for her to refuse. When the day came that she was cooked, she would be at Hu Xiaoheng's whim. Routine, it was full of routines, including all the delicious food on the table. Gu Nianji swallowed a mouthful of saliva and got up to make a cup of pu, or tea for Hu Xiaoheng. She warmed half a cup of milk for herself and brought it over. Placing the pu, or tea in front of Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji looked at him with a smile. Her smile was so sweet that it made people want to hug and take a bite. Hu Xiaoheng was also a bit surprised to see Gu Nianji's sweet smile and attentive behavior. He couldn't help but be wary. Tricks, Nianji also knew tricks. Gu Nianji smiled and raised her head. Hua Xiao, can you tell me now? But before Hua Xiaoheng spoke, Gu Nianji thanked him first. Thanks to Hua Xiao asking Brother Qin to do DNA sequencing. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably. Hua Xiaoheng calmly agreed. I didn't think so much at the time. If you hadn't reminded us about the East Asian genetic map in court, I'm afraid we would have missed a lot of important clues. Thinking about the narrow victory this time, she couldn't help but think about the bone marrow matching transplant that Gu Yanran had mentioned. She frowned and held the cup of milk anxiously. Hua Xiao, do you think what Gu Yanran said about the daughter of the Gu family having a genetic disease is true? This is the first 3,700-word update. Oh, there are 2 updates today. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Let's do the 3rd update tomorrow, the 2nd update at 7 p.m. Mwah. P.S. Thank you to the leader of the Guanghan Palace Master for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Bagel16 for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Luo Yudi for the 20,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Thank you to everyone for the generous rewards. Chapter 888. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't expected Gu Nianji to care about this. When he heard Gu Yanran's statement, he was most worried that Gu Nianji was really being used by Gu Xiangwen for treatment. After all, he and Chen Lai were well aware of Gu Nianji's special constitution. However, Gu Nianji had cleverly used the East Asian genetic map to expose Gu Yanran's lies, and Hua Xiaoheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even now, he didn't want to think about what he should do if what Gu Yanran said was true. What hereditary disease? How could you believe someone like Gu Yanran who's full of lies? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head to take a sip of pu'er tea. She even fooled herself. Gu Nianji wasn't convinced by Hua Xiaoheng. Her brows were still furrowed, and her delicate brows were furrowed into 2 faint arches. But there is some truth in what she said. Otherwise, how can I explain my Aunt Gu Tian's death? And Gu Jing. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in the dining room's high-backed chair, his eyes quietly sweeping over Gu Nianji's gloomy face. Lowering her head, she picked up the newspaper she had been reading earlier and said, "Why exactly did the Gus adopt Gu Jing and Gu Yanran? The reason is still open to debate. You won't believe everything Gu Yanran says, will you?" Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She took a big gulp of milk and said contentedly, "What Hua Xiao means is that the Gus adopted Gu Jing and Gu Yanran might not necessarily be to treat their daughter's illness. What kind of disease needs to be treated by adopting someone else's child?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look up as he flipped another page of the newspaper. "At least I've never heard Chen Lai mention such a strange illness. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because Brother Chen doesn't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Gu Nianji was more stubborn about this matter. Although Gu Yanran often lied, Gu Nianji felt that this question made sense, so she chose to believe Gu Yanran. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her. Gu Nianji's pretty little face was tense, and her serious expression made Hua Xiaoheng laugh. "Yes, you're right. I was narrow-minded." Hua Xiaoheng actually admitted his mistake gently. Gu Nianji froze for a moment and stared at him unblinkingly with her large, hazy eyes for a long time. "What's wrong? Can't I make a mistake?" Hua Xiaoheng picked up his teacup and took another sip. "Our colleagues in the revolutionary team are all good at criticizing and self-criticizing." Gu Nianji, this official tone, TSK. "All right, if what Gu Yanran said is the truth, then why don't we think about it this way? Why adopt a Japanese girl to treat the daughter of the Gu family?" After all, Hua Xiaoheng was in the intelligence field. He considered problems from a deeper and more detailed perspective than others. Gu Nianji was stunned. This was indeed an angle she hadn't considered. Are you saying that Gu Jing, Shizuko Kasahara, has something special about her that made the Gu family insist on adopting her? Gu Nianji's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. She was like a person walking alone in a tunnel who suddenly saw a glimmer of light shining through the hole. Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji quickly found the right direction and praised her. Smart. However, Gu Nianji thought about it for a while and said, but if we want to know why Gu Jing was adopted, we have to first know what kind of genetic disease the daughter of the Gu family has. I think this is the starting point of all the problems. So in the end, it still came back to the genetic disease that she had been thinking about, Hu Xiaoheng sighed internally. This little girl had really grown up and was not easy to fool. I think you can discuss this with Chen Lai. Hu Xiaoheng put away the newspaper and placed it on the dining table. He must be very happy to help you search for information without eating or sleeping. Chen Lai was a medical fanatic. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll call Brother Chin when I get back and discuss this issue. Just calling won't be enough. You'll have to go there yourself. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers lightly tapped on the dining table. Chen Lai will definitely do a full physical examination for you. No problem. Gu Nianji answered readily. Thinking of her terrifying self-healing ability, Gu Nianji felt that it must have something to do with the Gu daughter's genetic disease. You can ask Xia Dezhao about Gu Tian's situation. He has a very good impression of you now. Hu Xiaoheng reminded Gu Nianji calmly. Gu Nianji replied with an "oh" and suddenly realized something. That's right. I should get Gu Tian's medical record first and compare it with my own physical condition. That way I can better understand this genetic disease. Hu Xiaoheng only reminded her, then it's best if you come to the Special Ops headquarters every weekend. That way, Chen Lai can follow up on your physical condition. Okay, as long as Brother Chin says it's necessary, I'll definitely go. Gu Nianji only wanted to find out what the Gu daughter's disease was as soon as possible. She didn't want to face the same situation herself. After clearing the dishes, Gu Nianji came out of the kitchen and looked at her watch. It was already past 10 p.m. Hu Xiao, please take me back to the dormitory. She stood at the door with her laptop bag. Although she was wearing a coat, she didn't look bloated and still had a beautiful figure. Hu Xiaoheng didn't ask her to stay. He stood up as well. You're okay now? I'm fine. Gu Nianji spun around. I was really tired when the trial ended. But after a good night's sleep, a bath, and some food, I've already recovered. Hu Xiaoheng took her out of the room. When they entered the elevator, Hu Xiaoheng patted her head and smiled. You're so energetic. You're completely different from your aunt, Gu Tian. Have you ever thought that maybe you don't have this disease? Really? But I heard it's hereditary. Of course Gu Nianji hoped that she didn't, but the power of hereditary disease was too terrifying. She didn't dare to underestimate it. Or maybe your father cured you. Hu Xiaoheng thought to himself but didn't say it out loud. He only thought about it. At 11 p.m., Hu Xiaoheng dropped Gu Nianji off at the B University female graduate student dormitory. Thank you for driving me back, Hu Xiaoheng. You're welcome. Hu Xiaoheng opened the car door for her. Go back and have a good rest. I'll pick you up at the base this weekend. Okay. Gu Nianji agreed obediently and waved as she watched Hu Xiaoheng's car slowly drive into the darkness. The long day was finally over. Gu Nianji patted her chest and turned to walk up the stairs. A red spark lit up next to the pitch-black door of the dormitory. Gu Nianji then noticed someone standing there. He lit a cigarette, and the sparks illuminated the person's silhouette. It was He Zhichu. He Zhichu was actually waiting for her here. Gu Nianji thought about what He Jichu had said when they parted in the afternoon and couldn't help feeling lucky that she returned on time. Professor He. She walked up the stairs and called out softly. He Jichu walked out of the darkness and shook off his loneliness. When he saw Gu Nianji, a rare smile appeared on his aloof face. You're back. Not bad. Hua Xiaoheng kept his word. Gu Nianji pouted. I was the one who kept my word. What does this have to do with Hua Xiaoheng? Professor, he doesn't trust me. He Jichu glanced at Gu Nianji and smiled with the cigarette in his hand. He knew very well that if Hua Xiaoheng didn't plan on letting Gu Nianji return on time, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she wanted to. However, he didn't need to let Gu Nianji know this. It's good that you're back, he said vaguely. It's late. Go up and rest. We'll talk tomorrow. Gu Nianji covered her mouth and yawned. Thank you, Professor He. I'll go up now. He Jichu stood at the lobby door and watched Gu Nianji's back disappear into the elevator. He walked down the stairs alone and stood under the tree in front of the dormitory for a while with the cigarette in his hand. The lights in Gu Nianji's dormitory room lit up and then went off again. He Jichu left alone. After Hua Xiaoheng left B University, he went straight to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Hua Xiao. Yin Shixiang had been waiting for him to return. Hua Xiaoheng led him into his office and signaled for him to close the door. What's the situation? Yin Shixiang quickly stood at attention. Reporting to Chief. You've watched the trial video, right? Yes. Hua Xiaoheng sat down behind his desk. You sit too. Thank you, Chief. Yin Shixiang sat across from him. Hua Xiao, you've probably watched the trial, so I won't say more. Yin Shixiang focused on General Ji and Speaker Long's movements. Secretary Chao attended 3 of the 4 trials and was full of praise for Nianji. At the end of today's trial, Secretary Chao specifically reminded Nianji that he's trying to recruit her. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer with a half-smile. Military Secretariat. Secretary Chao really thinks highly of Nianji. Of course. The Military Secretariat is the most trusted place by the higher-ups. Many political commissars graduated from there. Yin Shixiang knew that the Military Supreme Council Secretariat was one of the best in the entire military system. But Nianji might not be willing to go. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. And she might not pass the background check. Hua Xiaoheng had used a little trick to force General Ji to give them the green light and hastily end Gu Nianji's background check so he could successfully marry her. But if Gu Nianji wanted to enter the Military Supreme Council Secretariat, the background check couldn't be rushed. Yin Shixiang also thought of this problem and said with lingering fear, that was so close. I got goosebumps when Gu Yanran said Nianji was Japanese today. Nianji is definitely not Japanese. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't worried about this. She is Chinese, but she's not a native citizen of our country. In terms of nationality, she should be considered a foreigner and then naturalized as a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. They were discussing Gu Nianji's future after graduation when a voice came from outside the door. Report. What is it? Hua Xiaoheng turned on the intercom. Zhao Liang's voice came from the other end. Gu Yanran is making a fuss and wants to see her father. The people at the detention center are asking if we can agree. The vegetable they thought was Gu Xiangwen was still in Chenlai's intensive care unit. Hua Xiaoheng frowned when he remembered that she was only Japanese. Have Chenlai write out a receipt for Gu Yanran's father's medical expenses and send it to Gu Yanran. He agreed to let Gu Yanran visit her father. Zhao Liangsa agreed loudly and went to pass the message to Chenlai. Yin Shixiang asked quietly, Hua Xiao, are you really letting Gu Yanran visit her father? Didn't she have a mental breakdown? How can she still remember to visit her father? Not interested. Hu Xiaoheng only gave the order to Chen Lai. That night, Gu Yanran's comatose father was transferred from the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces to a normal hospital in the imperial capital. The next day, Gu Yanran was escorted by several female police officers to the hospital to visit her father. When she got out of the prison van, she looked at the main entrance of the normal hospital and said in surprise, "My father isn't here. Shouldn't he be in the Special Intensive Care Unit of the Special Operations Forces headquarters? He was transferred here yesterday." The female police officer gave her directions without batting an eyelid. "It's cheaper here." Gu Yanran pursed her lips and followed the female police officer into the hospital. There was an even thinner and weaker man lying in the simple ward. Gu Yanran walked to the side of the bed expressionlessly. Looking at the man's face, Gu Yanran thought of her childhood, which was always accompanied by hunger, as well as the beatings and insults. Gu Yanran closed her eyes and burst into tears. Her mother had taken her to escape from this man and come to the Gu family. To her, it was like coming from hell to heaven. She shouldn't have asked for more, but when she saw a little girl living like a little princess in heaven, and a father who spoiled her so much, how could there be such a good father in the world? Why wasn't such a good father her own father? She couldn't balance the extreme and jealousy in her heart. So when the opportunity came, she didn't hesitate to seize it. Perhaps she was no different from the evil man lying in the hospital bed. What was the use of this person now? It was time for him to die. Gu Yanran turned to leave the hospital and said to the female police officer, "I don't have any money. You guys can pull out his tubes." Pulling out the tubes on a vegetable was euthanasia. Gu Yanran was this man's biological daughter, so she had a certain degree of authority to say that. But now was not the time for her to make the call. Hu Xiaoheng and the others were sending people to Chiba Prefecture in Japan to find out the ins and outs of how Shizuko Kasahara was adopted. This was the second 3,800-word update. Oh, there were 2 updates today. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. We'll do the 3rd update tomorrow. Moi. Chapter 889. 2 field agents from the Special Operations Forces arrived at Chiba County in Japan and found the location written on the adoption document. This was a very quiet street. Neat courtyards with black roofs and white walls stood on both sides of the straight asphalt road. There were cherry blossom trees planted by the roadside. Their leaves had all fallen off, leaving only bare branches. First, they went to the Kasahara family written on the adoption document. But when he found the house number, the sign on the door didn't say Kasahara House, but Feta House. An old man with snow-white hair pulled open the paper door and smiled at them. "Who are you looking for?" Of course, he spoke in Japanese. These 2 Special Operations Forces field personnel had been stationed in Japan for a long time, but today they were there as Huaxia Imperial Court staff to gather information. "May I ask if this place used to be called the Kasahara family?" "The Kasahara family? Oh, they sold us the house." "Ah. Moved away. Do you know where they moved to? Do you have business with the Kasahara family?" "No one has been looking for them for many years. It's like this. We have some things to ask the Kasahara family. We want to see if they remember that there was a girl called Shizuko Kasahara in their family, Shitsi." "You mean the little girl from the Kasahara family?" "It's been many years. She even came to my house for a meal when she was young. And then? Didn't she die later?" The 2 field agents, "The Kasahara family has no one left. Their family had committed a sin. He deserved it. That's why you shouldn't do anything that's against your conscience. That's her grandfather's fault. What does it have to do with her? You're just spouting nonsense." A middle-aged man next to the old man interjected as he was very dissatisfied with the old man's nonsense. That's why I said that we shouldn't do anything against our conscience. The old man insisted on his point of view and said to the two field agents, I remember Shizuko from the Kasahara family. I'm afraid I'm the only one who remembers her in the entire street. After so many years, those who have left and those who have died, only I, this old woman, still remember her. The two field agents perked up and quickly took out their court IDs. We're here to collect evidence for a lawsuit. I heard that Shizuko Kasahara is dead. He's dead. He's been dead for more than 10 years. Shizuko was adopted when she was young, and she left us. We all said that she went to enjoy life, the old man muttered without looking at the IDs of the two field agents. But after more than 10 years, she came back with a big belly and followed a man who was like a gangster. Did you say that Shizuko Kasahara came back? Yes, I came back. She had a younger daughter, her name was Ranzi. She took her surname because the man was a bastard and refused to marry her. Even if she worked 3 jobs, she still wouldn't be enough for that man. The old man sighed. Later on, she fell ill. I don't know what illness it was, but I heard from the doctor that it was incurable. The man was afraid of being infected, so he ran away. Shizuko said that she couldn't let her daughter become an orphan. She wanted to take her to someone to adopt her. After saying this, the old man was silent for a long time. The two field agents did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would disturb the old man's recollection. This was very rare first-hand information. In order to prevent the other party from deceiving them, they also carefully recorded it with pinhole cameras and sent it back to the Huaxia Special Operations Forces headquarters. In the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, Hu Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangze, and Yin Shixiang watched the two field agents work at almost the same time. What happened after that? Didn't she find a way to treat it? There was no cure. I don't know what illness it was, but the doctor said it was incurable. She left for half a year and then came back. The old man stood up shakily and pointed to a small house in the corner of the courtyard. She died here. The two field agents stood up and walked around the small house. They asked tentatively, "Can we go in and take a look?" "Go ahead, there's nothing left inside." The old man waved his hand. It's rare that someone still remembers her. Other than her daughter, no one else came to see her. The two field agents stopped and looked at each other. Her daughter came here too. Of course. I remember it was 6 or 7 years ago when she came here to pay her respects. I brought her to see her mother's memorial tablet, urn. The old man stood in front of the paper door and stared blankly at the gray sky. The blue Tokyo Bay was not far away. The wind blew from the sea, bringing with it the smell of the sea, so it was not very cold there. Immediately after, the old man brought the two field agents to see Gu Jing, Shizuko Kasahara's memorial tablet. A memorial tablet was placed on top of the rectangular altar table. It looked like an antique little house, and there was an incense burner in front of the memorial tablet. There was a large black and white photo behind the memorial tablet. That should be Shizuko Kasahara, or Gu Jing, because the woman looked very similar to Gu Yanran. Is this really Shizuko Kasahara's ashes? The two field agents were very surprised that things had gone so smoothly. It seemed like the other party had not expected anyone to investigate this place. Is this really Shizuko Kasahara? Yes, open it if you don't believe me. The old man did not understand why not. When she was cremated, all the neighbors came. Oh, right, when she died, it was our family who organized her funeral. She had been living with her grandfather since she was young, so she became an orphan when her grandfather passed away. She was adopted later. Shizuko Kasahara's grandfather. Yes, her grandfather's name was Shiro Kasahara. When he brought Shizuko here, she was still a baby. His son had died, and he only had this daughter left. After that, he died of illness, and Shizuko was adopted. Then Shizuko Kasahara also died, and the entire Kasahara family died. There was no one left. What a sin. At this point, the old man was a little uneasy and sneaked a glance at the two field agents. When they looked over, she quickly averted her gaze. The two field agents looked normal and expressed their regret. We thought we could find some clues. Because Miss Shizuko's daughter is in a lawsuit, we need some information about Miss Shizuko. But she only has ashes, and we can't do a DNA test. We can't confirm her identity. Oh, then how can we do a DNA test? The old man asked curiously. Is it something that can prove one's identity? Like blood, hair, bone marrow, bodily fluids, and so on. The two field agents looked at the memorial tablet and smiled bitterly. Of course, they couldn't do a DNA test with ashes. I see. The old man thought for a while and seemed to have made up his mind. I have a strand of hair that Miss Shizuko cut for me before she passed away. You guys, the two field agents were ecstatic. If it's convenient, please give us a strand of hair. No problem. I'll give you 10 strands of hair. The old man smiled and went into the house to look for something that Shizuko Kasahara had left behind. Not long after, the old man came out with a small pouch. There are 10 strands of Shizuko's hair here. Take it. The two field agents quickly took it. Seeing that the old man was familiar with Shizuko Kasahara, they asked, then, do you remember that Miss Shizuko wanted to change her name? Change her name. I can't help you with that. You can go to the district office and ask. They have all the information. The old man enthusiastically gave them directions and personally sent them to the door. The two field agents expressed their gratitude. The old man suddenly bowed 90 degrees to them and said, I'm really sorry. It's unforgivable to do something like that to your country. The two field agents' hearts skipped a beat. They thought that the old man had seen through them. Their brains almost stopped working. However, after the old man finished speaking, she closed the paper door and didn't come out again. The two of them looked at each other at the door. This kind of inexplicable shock was very suitable for their identities, so the old man didn't suspect anything. After leaving the old house of the Kasahara family, the two of them went to the district office in Chiba Prefecture and asked to check the adoption records from that year. As expected, the person who was adopted was Shizuko Kasahara. However, after 3 to 4 years, someone asked them to change the adoption records to Shizuko Kasahara. The reason was that Miss Shizuko had changed her name. The original adoption records from that year were covered in dust in a pile of old papers. There were still traces of smearing on them. The video recording of the two field agents ended. In the central control room of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangzi were all frowning and deep in thought. The field agent's trip to Chiba Prefecture in Japan had not obtained much information, but it wasn't a small amount either. At least they had brought back 10 strands of Gu Jing's hair. They could immediately do a DNA test with Gu Yanran. This way, they could further confirm Gu Yanran's identity. However, they still didn't seem to understand why Shizuko Kasahara was adopted. Hu Xiaoheng sat in front of the computer and pondered. He opened the search engine and typed in Chiba Prefecture, Shiro Kasahara, and Shizuko Kasahara. Not long after, the information and photos that popped up on the search engine made Hu Xiaoheng's eyebrows twitch. What is it, Hu Xiao? Yin Shixiang noticed that Hu Xiaoheng's expression was strange and quickly came over to take a look. One look and he couldn't help but gasp. This is Shiro Kasahara. Shizuko Kasahara's grandfather. And Gu Yanran's maternal great-grandfather. Is it really the same person? I think I discovered something incredible. Yin Shixiang was shocked behind Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangze also came over to take a look and almost held his breath. Does the Gu family know that Shizuko Kasahara, whom they adopted, is Shiro Kasahara's granddaughter? It's hard to say. Hu Xiaoheng closed the page calmly. This matter isn't that simple. The Chiba prefecture government in Japan at least had a hand in forging Shizuko Kasahara's identity. This was because the name, Shiro Kasahara, had never appeared on Shizuko Kasahara's adoption documents. When the name Shiro Kasahara appeared in his search results, it was associated with the name of a notorious biochemical unit in Japanese history. Shiro Kasahara was a scientist in the biochemical unit. He was the military doctor in charge of the virus squad. But why did the other party seem to be unprepared? They revealed the information just like that. Is it really not a trap? Zhao Liangze was a bit suspicious. Hu Xiaoheng was also trying to figure it out. He felt that the other party seemed to have nothing to fear when it came to Gu Nianji. In reality, the other party's plan was indeed flawless. If Gu Nianji hadn't been saved by Hu Xiaoheng 7 years ago. Therefore, the other party must have missed out on one point, which was that Gu Nianji wasn't dead. This was the first update, and today was the third update. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes at 1 p.m., the monthly vote was 2,700 plus the update. At 7 p.m., the third update. Wax. P.S. Thank you to the leader of the league, Bookworm 168, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Wax. Chapter 890. From the looks of it now, Gu Xiangwen must have been targeted a long time ago. Hu Xiaoheng finally understood why Gu Xiangwen suddenly went into seclusion after his sister, Gu Tian, passed away and carefully erased his traces to prevent others from tracking him. Perhaps he finally realized there was a problem at that time. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang discussed with Hu Xiaoheng for a while, but in the end, they had too little information. They could only see if they could get some information from Gu Yanran. A few days later, the field agent who went to Chiba County in Japan returned with 10 strands of Gu Jing's hair. Chen Lai immediately did a DNA comparison and DNA sequencing at the same time. The results were ideal. The DNA from the 10 strands of hair confirmed that Gu Yanran was mother and daughter, and the person was also Japanese. This meant that Gu Yanran's parents were confirmed. Gu Nianji's conclusion in court was purely based on reasoning, but they still needed concrete evidence to prove the case. Hu Xiaoheng helped Gu Nianji close the last loophole in her defense and ensure that Gu Yanran would never be able to reverse the verdict in the future. The metal door of the detention center opened with a bang, and the glaring light made Gu Yanran shiver. She curled up in the corner of the small bed in the detention center room, her eyes blank as she looked at someone calling her from the door. Number 38, come out. Number 38 was Gu Yanran's number in the detention center. She slowly got off the bed and moved out of her small room. When she sat down in the interrogation room, she saw 2 police officers take out a photo and ask her, Gu Yanran, is this your mother, Gu Jing? That is, Shizuko Kasahara. Gu Yanran looked up and stared blankly at the photo, then her eyes froze. The woman in the photo looked so unfamiliar, yet so familiar, it was a face that she was familiar with. The features were almost identical to Gu Yanran's, but the expression was completely different. It was the mother in her memory. If she remembered correctly, she had gone to Chiba County in Japan 7 years ago to pay her respects. She had seen this photo in front of the coffin. At this point, she couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. Gu Yanran covered her face with her hands and finally burst into tears. That night, a copy of Gu Yanran's confession was already on Hu Xiaoheng's desk. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze had already seen it. They sat opposite him and expressed their opinions. According to Gu Yanran, after her adoptive father, Gu Xiangwen, had his plane crash, someone contacted her and said that Gu Xiangwen wouldn't be able to live. They asked if she was willing to work with them. She immediately seized this opportunity and went to the contact point to discuss the conditions with the people and make the follow-up arrangements. In the end, after she negotiated the terms and went home, she found out that Gu Nianji had suddenly lost her temper and sailed out to sea. She then disappeared in the Caribbean Sea. Then there was a series of planned transfers of property. The other party promised her that as long as she helped them find some of Gu Xiangwen's experimental data, all the assets that were transferred out would belong to her. Then, as long as Gu Nianji has been missing for 7 years, she can declare her death and realize her goal of monopolizing the Gu fortune. We know what happened next. What happened next was that Gu Nianji filed a lawsuit against Gu Yanran 7 years after her disappearance. She asked for an equal share of the Gu fortune. Hu Xiaoheng asked without looking up, who contacted her. Did she say? Our old friend, Professor Oda Masao. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback, then the corners of his mouth twitched. What a coincidence. He's already dead. If we hadn't killed him early on, Gu Yanran probably wouldn't have been exposed so easily. Yin Shixiang gave Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up with a smile. We will remember Mr. Hu's teachings. Be the first in everything. If you can kill him, don't leave him alive. This would indeed reduce a lot of unexpected trouble. Hu Xiaoheng looked at him calmly and asked, what about the experimental data? What kind of data did Oda Masao want? I think it's related to curing the Gu daughter's genetic defect. Yin Shixiang looked at Gu Yanran's statement. Gu Yanran doesn't know much about this, so she's making things up. But I think it's related to gene therapy, not bone marrow transplant like we thought. Hu Xiaoheng fell silent. Actually, he and Chenlai already knew that the two were not the same thing. Normal gene therapy used a virus as a carrier to invade the patient's DNA and repair the missing genes. From Gu Nianji, however, they had deduced that Gu Xiangwen's treatment was probably a method of naked DNA infection, such as injecting it directly with a gene gun to achieve gene repair. Chenlai had occasionally discovered that injecting Gu Nianji's bone marrow cells directly into a patient's body could quickly repair damaged genes. This treatment method was less painful for the recipient, but it was painful for the person who had their bone marrow extracted over and over again. Actually, gene therapy currently in use was not that simple, but for Gu Nianji, it was that simple. Of course, there was no other person in the world with a constitution like Gu Nianji's. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague feeling that the data Oda Masao was looking for wasn't related to the experimental data on curing the Gu daughter's genetic disease, but data on Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng was sure that Gu Yanran didn't know this at all. If she had, she would have chained Gu Nianji up. At that time, Gu Nianji happened to go missing and escaped Oda Masao's fate by accident. Hu Xiaoheng's mind raced, and countless ideas flashed through his mind in an instant. But then he thought of H3OB7, wasn't it the viral aphrodisiac that Oda Masao had invented? It could also change a person's genetic constitution, but in a bad way, of course. At that time, Yamaguchi Yuko had used the viral aphrodisiac that Oda Masao had invented to deal with Gu Nianji. Did she really not know who she was? What was Yamaguchi Yuko's relationship with Oda Masao? They had once thought that Yamaguchi Yuko was a member of the Yamaguchi Gumi, but the Yamaguchi Gumi later denied any connection to Yamaguchi Yuko. They even said that they didn't know who Yamaguchi Yuko was. After careful analysis, it seemed that there were two forces against the Gu family and Gu Nianji. What kind of heaven-defying technology did Gu Xiangwen possess? Did she set up such a huge trap decades ago to make the Japanese scramble for her? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and recorded this part of the analysis in an encrypted file. He still hadn't figured out a few key points, so he didn't want to share them with others for now. Turning off the computer, Hu Xiaoheng instructed, save Gu Yanran's statement and send a copy to Nianji. She needs this evidence to sue the Japanese Angels in the World Fund and pursue Gu Yenran's illegal donations. On Friday afternoon, Gu Nianji packed her bag and left the library. She hopped on her bicycle and happily returned to the graduate student dormitory. Ma Qiqi had already gone home. She also had to go to the Special Operations Forces headquarters to see Qinlai the next day. She had just taken a shower when she received a call from Xie Qingying. "Nianji, are you ready? I'll come pick you up now." Xie Qingying planned to treat Gu Nianji to a meal. To make things easier for Gu Nianji, Xie Qingying chose a restaurant next to the university. Gu Nianji heard the name of the restaurant and replied readily, "It's right next to our school. Let's meet at the entrance of the restaurant." "That's fine." Xie Qingying didn't stand on ceremony. 7:00 at the entrance of the restaurant. "See you there." Gu Nianji lived nearby. She left the dormitory at 6:30 and rushed to the restaurant outside the school. She didn't have a car and only had her bicycle. She rode there. After locking her bicycle in front of the restaurant, Gu Nianji looked up to see two tall and voluptuous women standing in front of the restaurant. They were dressed very fashionably. The woman on the left resembled Gu Nianji but was much more mature. It was Xie Qingying. The woman next to her was Hu Jilan, whom Gu Nianji hadn't seen in a long time. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows, a little unhappy. When Xie Qingying said she would treat her to a meal, she didn't mention treating Hu Jilan. She slowly walked over with her usual smile on her face. She stopped in front of Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying took her hand naturally. "Nianji, this is Hu Jilan. She's Hu Xiao's cousin. I heard she's very close to you." Hu Jilan interrupted. "Nianji, I met Qingying on the way here. We often hang out together in France, and I heard she was treating you to a meal. I shamelessly came without an invitation. You won't be unhappy, right?" She added, "If you're unhappy, I'll leave right away." Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. "You threw your face on the ground for me to step on. How can I say I'm unhappy?" Xie Qingying's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly when she heard that. How unlucky, it looked like she'd been tricked by Hu Jilan. Did they know each other very well? Yes, they knew each other very well, so well that they started tearing each other apart as soon as they saw each other. Hu Jilan was still smiling good-naturedly. She said to Xie Qingying, "Nianji and I had some misunderstandings. I'll take advantage of this opportunity today to treat both of you. We'll all be good sisters from now on, and our disagreements from before will be written off." Gu Nianji looked up at the restaurant in front of her and smiled. "Our misunderstandings are worth a fortune. Hu Jilan, you want to bury the hatchet with me just because of a meal from a restaurant like this? Ha, I'm not that cheap." The truth was, Hu Jilan hadn't done any actual harm to Gu Nianji. However, Gu Nianji thought about what she had done to Song Jining. She had taken advantage of Song Jining's illness to bully her. She didn't want to have any chance to bury the hatchet with Hu Jilan. Xie Qingying felt a headache coming on. However, she had been taught to never make things difficult for others in public. She couldn't bring herself to do something like that. She could only smile and say, "It's still my treat today. Jilan, if you want to apologize, find another opportunity to treat Nianji. Today is the day we reunite as cousins. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go in and eat." It was the second night watch, and the monthly votes had arrived at 2,700 plus the second night watch. It was the third night watch. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. There was the third night watch at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 891. Gu Nianji gave Xie Qingying face and didn't say anything else. She followed her into the restaurant. Hua Jialan could barely keep the smile on her face, but she could not bear to leave. This time, she followed her grandfather, Hua Xuanong, to France and lived in the Xia family's manor for nearly a year. Only then did she truly understand what it meant to live in a wealthy family. Although the Hua family wasn't bad and was even more powerful, the Xia family's foundation wasn't something the current Hua family could compare with. Perhaps after a few generations, the Hua family would be able to catch up to the Xia family, but for now, they could only admit defeat. Xia Qingying was only a collateral relative of the Xia family. When she was in France, she had followed her father, Xia Dezhao, to visit the main branch of the Xia family. That was how she had become familiar with Hua Jialan. They had gone shopping several times and had coffee together in a cafe on the Champs-Élysées. If Hua Jialan was willing to be friends with someone, she could make you feel like you were bathed in a spring breeze, as if you had met someone who knew you well. Xia Qingying was also a person who loved to make friends, so the two of them got along very well. Xia Qingying had come to the university to treat Gu Nianji to a meal and happened to bump into Hua Jialan. When Hua Jialan heard that Xia Qingying was treating Gu Nianji to a meal, she immediately said that she was also very familiar with Gu Nianji. She hadn't seen Gu Nianji in a long time and wanted to take advantage of Xia Qingying's treat to see her. Xia Qingying agreed immediately and said, "The more people there are, the livelier it will be." She liked the feeling of a big family eating around the table. When they were at the Xia family's old residence, their whole family could sit at several tables. However, when he saw Gu Nianji, this was the situation. Although Xia Qingying did not say a word, she had already decided to distance herself from Hua Jialan. She could tell that Gu Nianji did not have a good impression of Hua Jialan. Of course, she was on Gu Nianji's side, so this decision was natural. The three of them sat down in a Japanese-style private room in the restaurant. Xia Qingying took the menu for Gu Nianji to order. Gu Nianji looked at it and ordered a few huayang dishes. She braised the shredded dried meat in the soup. The shredded dried meat was a test of knife skills. It was cut as fine as a strand of hair and very tasty. There was also the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish that was a must-order dish for every Huayang cuisine. The mandarin fish was cut with a cross knife, coated with egg powder, and fried in a wok of oil. Then, the bright red sauce was poured over it. It really looked like the big tail of a little squirrel. In the end, she ordered a Huayang dish called lion's head with meat crab. There were only 4 small lion's head with meat crab in a stew pot. She scooped them into an even smaller bowl with 1 small lion's head with meat crab in each bowl. Gu Nianji used to like it very much and wished she could make it her staple food. However, Hua Xiaoheng was very strict with her. She had to follow the rules when she ate, and it was impossible for her to overeat. Therefore, Gu Nianji could only think about it. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't by her side today, and she also felt that it was okay to indulge once in a while. Anyway, she could just run 3 laps around the school field after eating. Hua Jialan saw that Gu Nianji had only ordered appetizers and said politely, "How can you not eat turtle stew when you're here? There's also casserole wild duck. They're all Huayang dishes that test martial arts." Xia Qingying asked the waiter to add the 2 dishes that Hua Jialan had ordered. She also ordered salted pork as an appetizer and lotus leaf ground chicken as one of the main dishes. She also ordered a snow clam bird's nest for dessert. These dishes were the signature dishes of this type of restaurant. They were well prepared, so the dishes were quickly served. The 3 of them chatted as they ate. Because they were eating outside, Gu Nianji and Xia Qingying didn't abide by the rule of not talking during meals. They chatted happily. "Cousin, are you going to leave again this time?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. She knew that Xia Dezhao and Xia Qingying had returned from abroad, but they still had business in Huaxia. Xia Qingying was of marriageable age and had returned for a blind date to find a husband. She hadn't been close to Gu Nianji in the past, nor did she have any intention of getting close to her. Therefore, they were only acquaintances and had never spoken to each other. Now, because of what happened in court, Gu Nianji's quick reaction had helped Xie Qingying escape a huge slander. She had instantly closed the gap between them. Therefore, Xie Qingying didn't shy away from complaining to Gu Nianji. This time, my mommy said that if I don't find a husband, I'm not allowed to return to France. She made a crying face, which made Gu Nianji giggle. Hua Jialan had been listening for a long time and finally interrupted. Qingying, you're so good. Aren't there plenty of young men in the country for you to choose from? Don't be so picky. It's fine as long as you have a good character. Your family doesn't care about anything else. Gu Nianji didn't like what she said. Xie Qingying's expression also softened. I'm not that good. Where are all the young men? I've never seen any. Gu Nianji had just eaten a meatball with crab meat. Her taste buds were extremely fresh and her appetite was raging. She scooped up a second one and smiled. You can't say that. Other than having a good character, he also has to be handsome and good-looking. He also has to have a nice voice. He has to be outstanding in his work, and his family background has to be on par. Only a man like that is worthy of my talented, rich, and beautiful cousin, right? Xie Qingying was overjoyed by Gu Nianji's words. She smiled. You're such a good talker. You're always using parallelism. My Chinese isn't very good. I really need to learn from you. Hua Jialan listened to Gu Nianji's criteria and pouted. Where else in the world would there be such a good man? Nianji, don't paint a big picture and hold Qingying back. She sighed and continued, those who are handsome have a poor family background, or those with good character are not capable. Then there are those who are handsome, capable, and have a good family background, but their character is not good, and they like to fool around outside. So for women of our social class, the range of partners is quite narrow. No way. Gu Nianji's long brows raised in surprise. Miss Hua, what kind of people do you know? They don't sound like much. Hua Jialan's face turned green. I'm talking about common sense. Don't tell me you know a man who is handsome, capable, and has a good family background. They're not men anymore, they're gods. She had only known one person in her life, but that person didn't belong to her. Gu Nianji thought about it. I do know quite a few. Hua Jialan said, one is amazing enough, but you know quite a few. Are your standards especially low? Gu Nianji didn't back down. How is my standards low? Isn't your circle of friends especially low? Hua Jialan blushed. She said angrily, why are you scolding me? How did I scold you? Gu Nianji picked up the spoon and ate the meatball with crab meat. After swallowing, she said, I'm telling the truth. You don't accept it, and you say others have low standards. Xie Qingying saw that the two were about to start arguing again. She changed the topic. Weren't we talking about my blind date? Why are you arguing? Come, I'll list a few candidates. You can help me look at them. Xie Qingying was already 26 years old. She would be 27 soon after the new year. She was also a bit anxious. The daughters of the Xie family didn't have to worry about marriage. However, being able to marry well and marrying well were two different things. Gu Nianji and Hua Jialan were women after all. They were naturally interested in this kind of topic. They put down their chopsticks and looked at her, waiting for her to elaborate. Xie Qingying had returned to the empire this time to testify for Gu Nianji. She hadn't actually started the blind date yet. However, seeing that both of them looked interested, Xie Qingying braced herself and thought for a moment. Just as she came up with a name, she heard someone knock on the door. Come in. Xie Qingying thought it was a waiter from the restaurant, but when she opened the door, it was a thin and elegant man. Hua Jialan didn't know this person, but Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying did. This man was Special Assistant Yang, who served Speaker Long in the Senate. He came to their table, and a clear voice rang out above their heads. "Miss Xie, are you eating with friends?" Xie Qingying nodded. "Special Assistant Yang is eating here too. This place is a bit far from the Senate. I'm here to entertain my juniors. They're all undergraduate law students at B University." Special Assistant Yang glanced at Gu Nianji. It was as if he was saying that only undergraduate students at B University were considered B University students. Masters and PhD students from outside the university didn't deserve to call themselves B University students. Gu Nianji pretended not to see it and ignored Special Assistant Yang's insinuation. Special Assistant Yang looked away and focused on Xie Qingying. He smiled very gently. "Miss Xie, would you like to meet my juniors?" Xie Qingying's stepmother was Speaker Long's distant cousin. It was only natural that Special Assistant Yang was so familiar with her. However, Xie Qingying didn't really want to go over. She smiled and looked up. "I have guests here. Maybe next time." Special Assistant Yang looked at Gu Nianji and Hua Jialan. He smiled. "Who are these two?" "Miss Xie, would you like to introduce them?" It was the third watch. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes moi. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.